again, folks, for the Pro Series today with two more matches, this time in upper bracket round two. Let's have a look at the matches as we will, of course, be having some very interesting ones indeed. Hunter's LFO versus Won't Stop Peaking will be the first game of the day. And of course, there will be another one, the second one, and that's the one that, of course, will be the one that everyone's going to have their eyes on. Chalet Esports versus MercenarieZ. Baba Gusta, how are we feeling on this fine late afternoon?
Yeah, well, Jack, to start off, I gotta say we had our two teams just got eliminated out from the fall series, at least securing 1 point. But now, knowing that we still have the upper brackets matchup to go. Hunters versus Team Won't Stop Peaking, and then we have Kira versus Mercenaries. We have all four teams here at the upper brackets who not only have secured a lot of points in the SC Nationals points table, but they are here to rack it up a lot so that they have the chance to being qualified in the series. But only one can proceed to the next phase, and only one has to go in towards the lower brackets where they will have their final fight. So starting off with Hunters LFO and team Won't Stop Picking, and also we get to take a look at the tournament format itself. We had two qualifiers which we did have on 8 to 11 September, 13 to 17 September for the first and second qualifiers, and then out of which top 8 teams were selected for the playoffs, in which now we are just down to 6 teams. And these 6 teams are currently fighting for a huge prize pool, in which we'll be able to take a look at right now. The prize pool for the Pro Series Fall, the first position will receive a total of $1,200 US, second place with 600, third place with 400, and of course the last place, fourth place, which will receive $300 US. Not only will they be fighting for the prize pool, but also they'll be fighting for the SA Nationals qualifier point system, in which you'll be able to take a look at in our screens right about now. The first place will receive a total of 10 points. Meanwhile, the second, third, and fourth place will also be going away with 8, 6, and 4, respectively. Fifth and sixth, seventh, and eighth place will proceed to having at least 2 points or having 1 points. And also we did get to see who did secure seventh and eighth place. I believe it was Team Militant Esports, and then it was the lower brackets matchup, which had just happened in yesterday itself. Let's take a look at the SN National Qualifiers point system itself. Hunters with 20, Mercenaries with 16, Kira Esports with 12 points. The top 8 teams, they are still in the scene. They still have a chance of being qualified, but since this is Pro Series Fall, this will be the final one. Only summer and spring has been counted out, which means that when fall had arrived, we might be able to see a lot of changes coming in from the points itself.
Well, we might. Or we might just see Hunters going to 30 points and Mercenaries going to 24. We'll have to wait and see about that, folks. Let's have a look at the brackets to see the journey that we have gone through so far and what is left for us to watch and for me and Baba specifically to commentate over. Hunters versus Won't Stop Peaking and Kira versus MRCZ, of course, the matches that we are going to be watching and casting today. But mind you, there are a couple more lower bracket games to go as well. The losers from today's games will go on to face Team Phalanx and Shaheens, and two more teams will go on from there to the losers bracket or the lower bracket finals, so to speak, while the winners from today go into the upper bracket final. Of course, one winner from the upper bracket final goes straight to the grand finals, and in the meanwhile, the lower bracket final winner goes to the decider, face off against the loser of the upper bracket final, and now that match's winner goes into the grand final. I hope that made sense. It definitely did to me, as we have, like I said, just a few more matches to go, and all that. Just good roundabout siege being played here. Anyhow, let's skip all of that for now, and let's zoom back to today's game: Hunters versus Won't Stop Peaking. So let's have a look at the maps that we'll be playing today. The map veto has been done, of course. And as you can see, we've got some very interesting maps indeed. Skyscraper, Chalet, and Border. What are we thinking, Baba?
What am I thinking? Well, I'm glad that we won't be able to see a map Clubhouse, Villa, or Oregon. That's what I'm thinking right now, Jack. We have new faces. I mean, not new faces. I mean, new maps, new operators, new operator bans from all these 3 maps. And seeing Hunter pick Skyscraper really puts me into consideration as to what kind of strategy do we get to see from there. And also, we did get to see the matchup between Mercenaries and Shaheens, where they did ended up uh, winning it out 7-0, I believe, on map Skyscraper. Mercenaries who did win it out against Shaheens 7-0. Now I'm curious to know what would happen if we'd see Hunters and Mercenaries go up against Skyscraper, and I believe that would be the major example on what exactly is going to happen between Team Won't Stop Peaking. Won't Stop Peaking, on the other hand, picking map Chalet is an interesting factor behind it, and if both of these teams do decide to win on their own map pick, then border will be the finale to determine whether if it's going to work out for Hunters LFO or not. Although talk about Hunters' experience on map border, especially when they went up against Team Uvu. They did went all the way to round number 15, the final round, and Hunters LFO manages to snatch a win, getting their next spot into the upper brackets. Unfortunately for Team Uvu, they have been eliminated out from the fall series, at least having 1 point from their end. But for now, let's just focus on the present. It's Hunters versus Team One Stop Peaking. Map number 1 will be Skyscraper, map number 2 will be Chalet, and of course, if things goes, 50-50, we might see Border coming in on the deciders.
I mean, all things considered, you are correct on Chalet being 50-50. Hunters recently on Chalet have been a little less than stellar, their track record, so to speak. So I guess that leaves them with the question of are they going to be able to make it a 2-0? Are we going to go to map 3 border? Because if we do, I'm pretty sure Hunters will have a pretty good time on border. That is their map after all, but so is Skyscraper. So Won't Stop Peaking have a big challenge ahead of them today. They are facing off against the Titan of the region. It's not even one of the anymore. Hunters have very much cemented themselves as the top team of South Asia, given recent events. Two-time defending champion of the Pro Series, and now looking to win their third. Let's go into the match, folks, in just a short moment here into the ban phase, and let's see exactly what the teams have in store for us today.
Yep. Let's start it off with the first matchup itself. No more delays, no more issues. We are jumping into the map. Skyscraper. Hunters will be on attack, and interestingly enough, we will see Hunters be on attack on all three maps. And Won't Stop Peaking will start off with the Thatcher ban from the attack. I mean, no changes at all. I was so excited of Thatcher not being banned. Well, guess what? It's still banned. Thatcher is still banned.
I mean, at this point, expecting anything other than a Thatcher ban, of course, is, as it were, not exactly um, something to be seen because Thatcher gets banned every single time, as, we all have our own different expectations of the ban phase. For the time being, Thatcher and Nook are going to be the ones banned. Nook banned by the Hunters, interestingly enough, so they just do not want to deal with that operator. Valkyrie will be the first defender to be banned today. Again, Valkyrie and Thatcher are pretty much a given in bans. I think those two are just like permabans, as it were. And there we go. Mira will be the final ban to close it out today.
Yep. Standard bans, except Nook being banned on attack, mainly because you have the suppressed FMG with the frag grenade. So you really don't want to have a stealthy ninja like Nook who can just get in towards the side and get those kills unaware of Won't Stop Peaking's whereabouts. So I mean, for both Hunters and Won't Stop Peaking when they're on attack. But let's not forget, they are fighting for the next spot into the semis. Won't Stop Peaking, if they lose this, they go all the way to the lower bracket. Same thing can be said for Hunters LFO. And if they had a very tough fight up against Team Uvu all the way to map number 3, the real question is, would it happen again, or will we get to see Hunters LFO continue to, strike their dominance? Especially when they went 3-0 on the 3-0 and 3-1 on both the grand finals up against Team Mercenaries, securing and cementing their first spot. You could say that in fall series it might be a different case scenario, knowing that we haven't seen Won't Stop Peaking yet, right? We didn't get to see Won't Stop Peaking, in the qualifiers for summer and spring, and now seeing them on fall. Won't Stop Peaking securing at least 1 point in the qualifiers. Let's see whether if they can have the chance to secure the spot in the next phase by defeating the Titans of the ESA region, Hunters LFO.
It's a difficult challenge, that is for sure. As all things considered, Yeah, Won't Stop Peaking have quite the daunting task ahead of them right now. But let's see how they fare up against what they have. The almost insurmountable wall that is in front of them. And I know that a lot of people were very excited to see Team Uwu nearly take down the Hunters back on upper bracket round one. And so are we, don't get us wrong. But Team Uwu since has unfortunately bowed out of the competition. So we'll have to see if things remain even close to being the same. Shots fired, but Vinci will get jittery, anticipating the shot from the Ash. And Darkblood finds Sandy as well. Two massive early kills on the roam out towards the exhibition office side.
Yeah, well, this is unexpected coming in from Won't Stop Peaking's Zen. Vinci immediately just responding back with his own shots with the AUG will end up giving an advantage for Team Won't Stop Peaking. A good start this time, removing both Sandy and Jittery out, which means that the heavy hitters from the Hunters' side won't be available. And now we got to rely on Rattler, Beat, and Sparko to make sure that this mistake would not happen. They've already taken a lot of time, mainly because Jittery and Sandy, both of them are out, and turns out Kuntal also decides to make his presence being shown. Gonzix being used to destroy the deployable shields, but in the end, Kuntal still has his ground control double kill as he takes out Rattler, and now it's all in the hands of Beat. What can he do in the situation? His location has been compromised, but still he gets the kill nonetheless by ending Kuntal's reign of terror, but you still need to worry about the rest of the 4 players on the side of Team Won't Stop Peaking. And would you look at that? First round, Team Won't Stop Peaking. This is a strong show on defense.
A very strong start. Absolutely agreed on that one. T-Room, generally the side that defenders have a pretty good time defending. It really only needs some horizontal presence on the other side of the map. Vertically speaking, T-Room doesn't have too much of a weakness. It's got some soft floors and whatnot, but, overall, I think, teams can just kind of chill when it comes to this map. But I guess we'll have to wait and find out as to how Hunters will retaliate. The site has changed, as it is often to do. We've gone towards Exhibition and Office. So Won't Stop Peaking will be playing the standard fare for now. We've got the Azami in play as well, of course, as is, again, pretty standard for this map. After all, Azami, with her reconstruction capabilities, impacts for destruction, and of course the Kiba barriers for creation. This is a nice dichotomy of, gadgets that she has there. And of course, when paired with other breaching type operators like the Meat with the shotgun that Violet's playing, or Kuntal playing the Alibi with the Bailiff secondary shotgun. Always nice to see. Pairs well with Castle as well. Just Azami is one of those operators, who has a lot of synergy with a lot of, the staple operators of Siege. So just in general, very good. And then again, that reconstruction providing so much more cover for defenders. Most importantly, bulletproof cover as well. Sense is largely the same, but suffers from the problem of lacking synergy with the operators that, Azami similarly has that kind of synergy. And Sense, doesn't really provide any sort of bulletproof cover that attackers sorely need at a lot of times. As we have the first breach going off, this time towards the office stairs wall, as you've got to, just take care of the... I say office stairs, excuse me. Yeah, that is actually the stair wall. I was correct. Then I tried to recorrect myself, and I made myself wrong. Rattler going for a different breach in the meanwhile towards T-Room. Opening up avenues, lines of sight, and angles as we have the main breach in the balcony hallway taken care of.
Yeah, and also have good cover from the bulletproof shield too, so Hunters LFO, they're up to a decent start by opening up certain lines of sight. But now, how will they get control on the site itself, knowing that there's a lot of counters being played from Won't Stop Peaking's end, especially with the control on Dragon still at the hands of Desmond? You could still get to see the Lion scans to try to give some vital information for the team, and turns out it's still not working out. Kuntal decides to get 2 kills already. Rattler and Sandy, both of them are down in the mid-round. And this is not what I expected, especially from the side of Hunters. They lost 2 players again in the mid round, and now it's Jittery Sparko Beat who needs to figure this stuff. Knowing that this side is a map specifically picked for Hunters LFO and Kuntal, my goodness, this man is on fire.
I want to know how Kuntal's getting away with these kills, primarily because, like, the area we saw the Alibi playing, right? Oh, God, wait, Sparko, unaware of the fact that Dark Lord was behind the Kiba barrier, excuse me. Beat now coming into Geisha. This is where we saw Kuntal just a minute ago, right? Does finally get taken down. Beat once again, this time in a 1v5. I mean, last time as well, it was a 1v5 that Beat was stuck in, as the Azami will push out aggressively so. Gets the down onto that operator, gets the kill as well. But you gotta be careful, there's a big cross being held now, and another new avenue has been opened up on that wall that he's staring at. This is such an awkward position to be in for any team. Beat? Beat? Okay. Yeah, I don't think Hunters are all there today. That should have been a kill, right? Darkler should have gone down there. I'm not sure how Beat missed that or what happened there, but the timer will run its course and won't stop peaking. Will take a second round over the Hunters.
2 rounds back to back. It almost felt like it was a feeling of deja vu at that moment, Jack, because both the times we saw Kuntal get two immediate kills on both the first and second round. And for Hunters, mainly because when they decide to complete all the breach, that's mainly where Vinci or, maybe Kuntal decides to do a surprise attack.
And
And
that's
turns out it's
the
working
thing,
out, yeah.
right, Baba? Yeah, you
Mhm.
mentioned the breach, right? Usually, when it comes to teams attacking Skyscraper on Exhibition Office, right? I'm sorry I'm cutting you off there, but I
Yeah, no,
have
it's
to
alright, it's
mention
alright.
because it's so odd to me, right? That when an attacking team breaches Exhibition Office, like the wall on
Hmm.
the balcony, right?
Yeah,
It
yeah.
is usually so hard to maintain control, especially if there's an OSA in play and all that stuff, because attackers also push from the other side, right? It's a pincer. There's two coming in from the Geisha Dragon side, and two, maybe even three on the balcony, and maybe even one watching the door over the terrace room, right? The terrace connector room, whatever you call it, right?
Hmm.
So Hunters were doing all that, and they still lost the round, which is it's mind-boggling to me because we've always seen teams win rounds when they get that wall breached and they have everything set up. So most are peaking. They are playing out of their minds today, clearly.
You could say mainly because the strategies are working so good from Team Hunters LFO. Won't stop peaking. They're having a lot of issues coming in from them. And
They really seem
now,
to.
yeah, and now looking at round number 3, you could see how the attackers of Hunters LFO are just playing this
Yeah. Okay,
patiently. There
that's
you go. The first kill it is, and this time they will succeed in removing Desmond, which is in fact a good start for Hunters, but you still got to worry about Kuntal, mainly because he is so anxious to get most of the kills all the way towards that breach which happened. And Jittery, if something bad happens to him, it will be a bit tough, and that's the main reason why you have Beat bring in the calls. They'll have at least some information thanks to the sound cues, and there is not a mute jammer nearby that could just automatically close it out. So flashbangs being thrown around, which means that Dark Lord will currently be in some minor troubles. Information from the attack drone will give some information, and this time Hunters LFO will make sure that their mistakes have been paid. Jittery starts off with the second, and just like that, Rattle gets to go in for the plant all the way towards first floor BBQ site.
all right. I like this from the Hunters. They cleared out the bathroom and the lounge area and then went for their plays. But Darklord and Kuntal clearly have other plans. Two quick kills. Darklord finding a repeller. Vinci finds Jittery, and the Hunters are collapsing. They've got to hold the diffuser from the vertical angle. Rattler has a good spot here, and he's going to get the kill onto Vinci. One down, two more to go. It's a 2v2, mind you, but shots are fired. Rattler only barely, not even surviving anymore. They've got to find the diffuser, and they're going to do exactly that. Shots are going to be fired from above, but can the diffuser counter be stopped? It has been for now, and Sandy's gonna hold it down 1v1, and 9 seconds remain. The Malusi's gone for the kill, and Sandy's more than comfortable to clutch out the 1v2 in the post plant. They definitely needed the round here. That is to say, Hunters, because again, they were so close to collapsing, losing gunfights left, right, and center. A pause has been asked for in the meanwhile from the side of Hunters as we have a look at the instant replay, folks. Okay, a couple of disconnects as well. Seems like a couple of disconnects, so we're gonna have to coordinate the reconnection from the two teams. You know, excuse me, the Hunters player will have to join in first to be set to blue team. Then Won't Stop Peaking's player will have to join to be set to orange team. Because whoever joins in first, since there's two slots, one on each team free, the game will just default put whoever comes into the blue slot. I don't know, it's weird. But anyhow, let's talk about these first three rounds, shall we? Won't
Hmm.
Stop Peaking are clearly ahead of their game today. I'm not sure what happened, but they just seem to have clicked. Something or the other has clearly clicked. They've snapped into place early on, and the Hunters were definitely taken by surprise. Even in round number three, sure, Hunters won it, but it came down to Sandy holding down the vertical, and he didn't even have the angle set up at first, but thankfully got it done before the counter defuse could go off. And of course, that is how the round was won. Other than that, the Hunters collapsed again in the post plant, which is not a great sign for them. Admittedly, not the best. Not the best situation for them. They're gonna have to watch themselves if they want to win rounds more often, because losing bodies like this and potentially losing rounds the way they nearly did in round three is not gonna help them in the long run. That is for sure.
Yeah, definitely not. Especially the way how no team won't stop peaking has been so confident in their aggressive fights. Especially Vinci and Kuntal has been doing a lot of work. Uh, it kind of feels like they've read every single push and strategies that hunters are going to put out to, especially with the bulletproof shield which had placed, and you even had both of the breaches being opened up from the pillar side from the 90s angle, like right outside the 90s angle for the second floor officer site. And you could feel that won't stop peaking. They kind of read into exactly what kind of push that hunters LF were going to make, and they started punishing them for it, mainly because the amount of information that has been gained from the attack drones, although they know that some certain areas have been covered, they still want to play on certain sites that the players on the side of Team Hunters LFO hasn't placed a drone recently. So even though they've prepped a drone, even though they've kept a drone in the prep phase in a hidden way, I believe it mainly has to do with them destroying those information first, and then second, moving around constantly from room to room to keep hunters guessing in a way that they would have no idea on where the roamers would be. Of course, that they've fixed it in round number three, mainly on site first floor barbecue, mainly because they saw less amount of players paying attention towards second floor, and mainly it was on first floor itself. So what did Rattler do? He just vaulted in from the window side. I mean, not on the barbecue window itself. Barbecue window has been changed all the way from the stairs window as of now. He just vaulted in from the window. He did ended up getting a kill or two, gets control on the post plant, and when I almost thought that all hopes were lost for Hunters LFO, you saw Sandy making a small hole right into towards right in towards the karaoke room, where he did get a very great angle on taking out the diffuser, in which it did help Hunters LFO secure the win, but it was a shaky end to it. Mainly why? It was a 1v2. You even saw how great Vinci and Kuntal was when it comes to their gunfight. Actually, no, it wasn't Vinci. Yeah, actually, it was Kuntal and uh, I believe second was if I get that right, it was Dark Lord was playing as the Melusi at that time. So Dark Lord and Vinci, both of them, the way how they've controlled the side, the way how they've managed to use their crossfire angles in a way that it's been helpful for both the players and succeeding in not being traded out, really did help One Stop Peaking to cement their ground on the first for barbecue side itself. And for Hunters LFO, they had a lot of issues when it comes to coordination wise. You even saw Jittery just repelling all by himself towards the karaoke room and ended up not being able to win that gunfight right from that breached wall. So you could say when it comes to establishing crossfire angles, Won't Stop Peaking has done an absolutely great job on defense, and the same thing can be said for the attackers on Hunters LFO. So I hope that they've fix it up on the next future rounds, which will be on second floor karaoke and tree room in round number four.
We'll have to see about that one. But yeah, again, I gotta agree with you. Hunters just kind of shaky, kind of not there today. Maybe it's down to the fact that they don't have enough intel to make the plays that they want to. Could be that they're losing drones very quickly to the mute that is being placed in positions that maybe they're not too used to. But I don't see that happening. I feel like the mute placements have been pretty normal from the side of. Won't Stop Peaking, right? They're not doing anything particularly special. They're just being very aggressive at awkward moments for the hunters, right? Because they're still setting up, they're still getting things ready, and all the like. And they keep getting caught off because of that, because hunters are still mid setup, while Won't Stop Peaking has the how should I put it? The overall awareness that yeah, they're gonna set things up now, right? So let's jump at their faces, see exactly how they're gonna react to this. And well, the hunter's reaction wasn't exactly all that great, all things considered. So pretty good start for the first couple of rounds here. And even if Won't Stop Peaking are in a 2-1 rather than 3-0, they did lose round 3. They still brought it so close. I mean, they'll be gutted that they weren't able to finish off Sandy and go for the counter defuse, but other than that, of course, it was just wonderfully orchestrated from them. So anyhow, let's go back into the match, folks, as all the team players have joined back in, and we'll be going straight into the lobby. There we go. Beat and Desmond are back. So let's go back as well. Round number 4 on second floor, tea room and karaoke.
Tea room and karaoke, the site where hunters had a lot of issues from Kuntal's end. Yes, 7 kills in round number, like out of all those rounds, he had the most kills here. 7 kills and 4 kills from Dark Lord. You could see how powerful just by these two players, especially on how great that they're holding on to when it comes to those certain lines of sight, right? From I believe Kuntal was at Gaishan certain times, he was on Drum Room, being able to succeed getting 2 kills back to back on both round number 1 and 2 really puts a lot of problems from Hunters' end. So the main question for them is, would they focus on removing Kuntal and Dark Lord first, or would they just forget about it and just focus on the side clearly? So mainly I believe they'll just go and do the same push yet again, this time into a second floor. Dark Lord's location has been compromised, which in fact the attack drone will be destroyed, but I'm pretty sure Hunters will be more cautious about that particular site.
For now, the Hunters have to be prepared for just about anything, as they are once again setting up for the breach and roam clear on the exhibition side of things. That has of course been heard by the defenders of Won't Stop Peaking, and you can see they've got these setups and they've got themselves pretty much ready to pounce. As Sparko wants to breach into tea room, into office next to exhibition here. And oh wow, that came in so late right there. I almost thought that he was going to miss the breach because of that. No, breach is done. And once again, this is nice, but Darkler's going to get the first kill. Rattler will go down. That's a massive first drop. And Sparko himself, of course, has also taken a ton of damage. Not exactly all that good going for the side of the Hunters, as they need to somehow grapple with the fact that one breacher is down.
Well, retaliation would come back from Sandy's end this time, ending Dark Lord Reign of Terror all the way towards second floor room. But still, they've got to focus, because that's not the side. The side's on second floor karaoke and tea room, so they slowly have to move their way in towards drum room and gain clearance right from that particular spot. And I got to tell you, for Hunters LFO, this is looking bad for them. We're about to start off in the mid rounds with Hunters LFO not having a lot of time to proceed in towards the side itself. Let's not forget, they still have to focus on opening up walls in towards second floor tea room, which in fact will be a very tough job. And of course, Kuntal is holding on towards the shrine room. But on the bright side, we see Sandy popping off. This time taking out Vinci. Kuntal taking a lot of damage, but he still stays alive in towards the drum room. But for how long? He's been detected all the way towards the drum hallway, and Sparko needs to be careful because he has the diffuser in hand. If he doesn't have the information, in which Jittery saves Sparko's life. 4v2. This time Hunters have got things under control, but they're losing a lot of time. 30 seconds. They have ample amount of information from the attack drones. Now all they've got to do is to make sure that they don't mess it up, because Won't Stop Peaking, they have their counters of their own, and that is with the help of those smoke gas canisters. Kuntal, unaware of players' locations, is going to get themselves punished from Beat and Sandy to clean it off with a headshot to the head. Actually, it's just a headshot towards Violet. And there you have it, folks. Team Hunters LF4 will secure round number 4, equalizing it to a 2v2, rectifying their mistakes, and being confident when it comes to winning those challenging gunfights.
Much better round from the side of the Hunters right there, as they definitely seem like they've got a grasp of exactly what to expect from the side of Won't Stop Peaking. We're already 4 rounds in, and the match feels like it's barely begun here, folks. Mind you, Won't Stop Peaking, they are going to not be too happy about that, not be too happy about the fact that they lost so many gunfights, but the problem is they kept giving away 1v1s, and that is the issue with being overly aggressive in nearly every single one of your situations. You know, being that kind of over aggressive, it works when you do it and the enemy team isn't expecting it, but once they start expecting it, you need to change up your game plan. And this is something that we've criticized Won't Stop Peaking for before, is that their over aggressive nature that they sometimes tend to show can come back to bite them in the back, and it has done so before. So they've got to be very careful with how they decide to play these forthcoming rounds here. If they aren't, well, I mean, we already saw what happened as a result of that, right? They're not exactly going to be having the best of times. But of course, that depends on if they decide to do the same thing in the first place. The Melusi this time, Dark Lord playing in the first floor, below Exhibition and Office, probably playing around the stairs. You've got the Kaid here once again. So there's clearly some sort of coordination going on. And with the Twitch in play, a request has gone out to, hey, can we please take care of the electrification on this singular wall? Dark Lord on the potential jump out is droned out, so he'll have to hold back from that for the time being, as one breach is done, and they're gonna look to get the other one done ASAP.
Yeah, this time you can see some good drone works coming in from Hunter's side, finding out exactly where Dark Lord's location is. They even have info on Bandit's whereabouts too. The best part about it is that they've secured to open up those balls as quickly as possible without finding any repercussions from Won't Stop Peaking's end. Currently, you could see that the defenders are trying to play it safe. Dark Lord, on the other hand, will succeed in removing one of the attack drones and will force Kuntal, mainly because of the Dukebi scam. Desmond, on the other hand, gets to take out a very huge frag, and that is the Rattler, the ace. Salma breach charges won't be available, but you still have those exothermic charges. But losing one of the players in the early round means danger for Hunters, mainly because they've lost Rattler. Rattler is an exceptional player, even when he uses the AK, even when he supports the team as, you know, a breacher on the attack, but also on defense. Oh boy, Sandy. Good shot. Patience will reward its kill. And Sandy, he has finally woken up, Jack, especially on first 2 rounds. Sandy was getting picked out, and now we see him grow so stronger. And with him taking out Dark Lord, you can see that, you know, the table is even.
Seems to be, doesn't it? As we have the drones going in and being taken out, Rattler, in the meanwhile, has fallen, mind you. But that ace going down isn't going to mean too much against the Hunters, because they can still rally around the fact that Jittery beat Sandy. They're all starting to wake up slowly but surely. Jittery less so. Well, never mind, not at all, in fact. But Sandy's just in the sight already. Gets one, nearly getting two, mind you. Let's walk away with another here. The Bandit's awfully close, but gets that. 3v2 now, as this is suddenly a massive push in, but gotta be careful behind. There is the smoke playing around here. He's trying to chase him down. Sandy is gonna smoke off the other side, unaware of the smoke's position. Kuntal goes down in the meanwhile, and the Dukebi is in for support. Here comes Beat, finishes off the round, and again, the Hunters so much better for them overall, as they have definitely pulled something special out of the pockets here. Really good on the take, really good on time as well. The last round, we went all the way down to like, what, the last 15 seconds. This time, not even that. Their push was in just under the 40-second mark. And they have put themselves in the lead 3 straight rounds, forcing Won't Stop Peaking to move sights towards Exhibition and Office.
Man, I love that execute from Hunters, especially from Sandy. Once they found an opening towards the tea room, the teams on the side of Hunters LFO, they just kept pushing. They wanted to give as much support as possible for Sandy to create so much distractions, and amidst those distractions, it did end up being in favor for Hunters LFO. It's a
10
great
seconds left.
way to, not only just helping the fragger, but
5
also,
seconds left.
ended up winning the entire round two on round number 5. And I still remember way
Attackers are
back,
moving out to locate a bomb and
in the Pro League series, back when they were called as Union Gaming. I still remember the fact that, EX7 was still there. I mean, he used to do all the work Sandy was doing, and I still remember when EX7 is currently in the US right now pursuing his degree. But all in all, I still remember saying that, Sandy being in Union Gaming, it would be very tough to fill in EX7's shoes. I still remember saying that, but now seeing him perform like this on attack is just what a day that we live in here, Jack. But for now, as we focus on round number 6, we see Desmond starts off with a bang, taking out Beat this time. With the Kebi not being available, they won't be able to use the impact EMPs and the calls to give the defenders whereabouts, which means that they will be safe. And Desmond, although he will be in 5 HP, on the bright side, you can see Hunters will have a lot of issues from this.
Yeah, I mean, the Hunters have kind of stopped moving in their entirety, right? That kill was, I'm pretty sure, entirely unexpected, but Sandy's not about to give out. Finds Kuntal. That's a big drop right there. Kuntal and Geisha, remember, in round number 2 of Second Floor Office was such a nuisance to deal with for Hunters. And Sandy clearly wants more, as these utilities are going to be pinged, and there we go. There goes the shock drone, and Sparkle comes in with the Blitz this time. Something that we didn't call out until just a second ago, but yeah, a Blitz is in fact in play, folks, and that, of course, is going to be quite, a point of contention for Won't Stop Peaking. Sparkle, if he's able to find and isolate an opening here, could be a big factor in the round, but Jittery wants to be a big factor in this round. Finds Desmond, that's the bandit cleaned up on, and the revenge taken for the kill onto Beat earlier in the round. Minute remains, 60 seconds to be specific. Dark Lord playing on the first floor could be a thorn here against the Hunters. So they've got to make sure that they have cleared out the site before they go for the plant. And I have to make sure they're watching their flanks here. It looks like entry is about to happen. Sparko's on the stairs. Oh no, he ADS'd. Jittery in the meanwhile finds Violet, but Sparko goes down. But Vinci goes down. In the meanwhile, Jittery's really on it today. And they know exactly where Dark Lord is. The pings are there on the bottom floor. Sandy will finish it off. So it looks like the Blitz wasn't really much of a factor in the round, but it did not matter, as we're looking at a 10-2 so far for Beat, for Sandy. Wow, I just went through everyone's names before I landed on Sandy. It is what it is. But Sandy looking at 10-2 so far in the first half. Can we have another look at the scorecard there? Because I swear it is certainly quite the scorecard for us to, break down overall. All right, I guess we'll get the stats in the round as well. There we go. 5-4 to Jittery so far, 5-3 to Beat, and Sandy, look at that, 10-2, head and shoulders above the rest, clearly popping off today.
Yeah, even though the choo-choo train of Sandy's Blitz didn't had enough coal, they did end up winning the round nonetheless, right? Especially when you have your whole players having your back to ensure victories in their grasp. So yeah, it's round number 7, the second half is in. We get to see Kuntal securing 7 kills, meanwhile Dark Lord with 6 kills, Sandy with 10. I mean, he's been an excellent player and also a fine addition for Hunters LFO's side, and the way how the amount of synergy works out between these players is just absolutely stunning. The same thing can be said for Team Won't Stop Peaking too, especially from Kuntal and Dark Lord's end. It's always about the synergy, right? And the way how we see Kuntal gets away with a kill like that, especially on defense, they're looking very strong. The main question is, since they're on attack now, with them bringing in the Iana and the Ashe, on a map like Skyscraper, it will be a bit difficult, but once they start to get the momentum, Won't Stop Peaking. I mean, it's in their name itself. They won't stop peaking if they get the advantage. So let's see if that happens first. With the action phase already up and running, the drones already giving them the information on players' whereabouts, and the breach already being done at the hands of the attackers.
Already something to note, a pretty big difference between Hunters' attack and Won't Stop Peeking's attack is Hunters were very happy to just have the Dekebi and have the calls going, right? For
Mhm.
information and potential defender area reveal. But for the side of Won't Stop Peeking, it's Lion who's going to be filling that role. Vince in the meanwhile finding Sandy. That's a big drop. Sandy's been a big thorn for them so far. And that alibi going down definitely will not be helping, as we might have a jump in coming in towards the exhibition hallway here. Jittery's watching for this right now. Gonna have to find these players as they come in. Same with the Kaid. They've got to keep a bear to work with. Rattler finds Kuntal. That's the Ash gone. Big drop. Vinci goes down as well. Beat taking that. Jittery finds Desmond. And a keep a barrier or not, Violet has to work out of their mind right now. Beat is DBNO. Jittery has gone down. So it's effectively a 2v2. Sparkle taking a big gunfight right now. Unadvised. C4 from Rattler will find Dark Lord. But it seems like Beat will have to, unfortunately, bleed out on the floor, as there's no way to revive the fallen Kaid. Violet is in that exact area. Beats giving as much intel as he possibly can here. Rattler, SMG 11 out, because they don't know the range at which the gunfight will be taken. Violet, and meanwhile, finding Kaid. Didn't know, I think, that Kaid was downed. Well, it does get the kill nonetheless. Now approaching the site. Do they know where the mute is? No, they don't. And all Rattler has to do is sit here extremely quietly. There you go. Perfect time to swing out. Finds Violet and make sure the round does not swing away from Hunters no matter what. A bit messy on the roam, a bit messy in the mid round. They did go from a 4v2 to a 1v1, but Hunters hold it down nonetheless. 5-2 up now. They have won 5 straight rounds, as Won't Stop Peeking are requesting for a pause, probably a tactical timeout or something along those lines. Maybe just to talk about where they've been going wrong. Again, to lose 5 straight rounds, even if it's against the Hunters, folks, it's not exactly, all that much of a good thing. If you're losing that many rounds that quickly, well, you might have to think about where you're hemorrhaging these rounds from.
Yeah. Round number 8, and Hunters are left 4. My goodness. This is a good lead. 5-2. They need 2 more rounds to secure map Skyscraper. And I kind of. I just realized while I was looking at round number 7, the attackers, especially when it
Um, Baba? Uh, where is. Okay, I think we may have a bit of a technical issue with Baba Gusta. I think Mans might have been sent down to the Shadow Realm once again, which is a little unfortunate. We can't hear him at all, regardless. So we'll have to wait and see. But looks like we've got the ready confirmation coming in from both sides in the meanwhile, and we will be moving into round number 8 in just a second here as the timer is resumed. There we go. They took the tactical pause. The pause has been done. And now, won't stop peaking. This little break that you took, is it going to be enough to help you break the Hunters' momentum? Because my goodness, Hunters are clearly looking something close to a certain nano machine-filled senator right now, as Won't Stop Peaking pretty much have a massive wall to climb here. Okay, so some more technical difficulties for Baba Goose. I thought Mans was back, but not just yet. So you guys are stuck with me for the time being. So yeah. Anyhow, back into the round. We are off to the exhibition office side of things from the Hunters, because of course they won Tea Room and they don't want to go down to first floor just yet. So you gotta try and turn things around for now. That is to say, the Won't Stop Peaking does. They've got to try and change things up, and we'll have to see if it is possible for them. And in the meanwhile, the round will progress. We've got the drones coming in. The breaches are being taken care of. The Lion with the secondary EMPs. And there we go, the first Lion scan, revealing one position, but Kuntal is the one taking so much damage right now from just one peek. The defender didn't even move. And the ally wants to confirm it. Gets the... Oh dear, got the Claymore, got the kill as well. Sparko facing down Geisha hallway. Could see one maybe. But just going to calm down for the bit. So one kill has happened, Kuntal on the floor.
Yep, Kuntal's already gone.
Oh, hey!
Yay, I know.
Welcome back from the Shadow Realm.
Yes, apparently my audio went to the Shadow Realm, but the video feed and
okay.
everything was right here itself, so I had to bring my audio self in. But focusing on the round, it's Vinci who gets to get his revenge of taking out Kuntal by taking out Sandy this time on defense. 5-2, and Rattler decides to get one more by taking out Vinci as a frag. And this time, Won't Stop Peaking, they're starting to having some issues here on this particular side. Now, you've really got to wonder whether if Won't Stop Peaking could figure out a way here. They have some, at least some decent secondary grenades from Dark Lord's side. You even have the EMP impact from Violet, but is it more than enough to handle the situation out, especially when Hunters have this much ground control and momentum going? And what's more interesting is that I see Rattler all the way towards the first pro barbecue, where he's patiently waiting for the teams inside of Won't Stop Peaking to make their entrance up all the way to the stairs. So, which means that we might see Rattler go in for a surprise, and Won't Stop Peaking, they would have no idea on where Rattler is and where he might hit him.
Yeah, Rattler being in those odd positions is definitely not going to help, but the main problem they have to worry about now is the fact that, one, they don't have this wall breached, and the fact that they're losing bodies continually. Rattler and Jittery fine too, and there's Beat with the final kill. Hunters, my goodness, they are on an absolute roll right now, as we'll be moving now into round number 9, folks, and this map, what looked like, Won't Stop Peaking was going to take us quite the distance. Hunters have just won 6 straight rounds. I'm not even over exaggerating. We could actually see, a 7-2 built off of Hunters just winning 7 straight rounds. I know I'm emphasizing the, X number of rounds so much like that, but I mean, you gotta think about it at one point, right? Won't Stop Peaking are a pretty good team, and the fact that they even made it to upper bracket round 2 when previously they would get eliminated into lower brackets round 1 only, right? Not even going to lower bracket semis, which is, of course, them having had those issues before. Now they clearly do not. They've improved a lot. They have clearly done a bit of homework when it comes to Skyscraper. But the problem is that homework comes from the VODs that are available of Hunters on Skyscraper. And there is always that very real possibility that the Hunters have even more to show on Skyscraper. And they definitely do. Do not get us wrong, folks. We might be seeing this version of the Hunters here on this map now, but this is more or less akin to what they always do. Nothing too particularly special. We're just seeing standard Skyscraper here. So Hunters definitely haven't felt the need to reveal anything particularly special. Where are you going, Sandy? Oh, having gotten only 1 kill in the last 2 rounds, Sandy's clearly getting a little itchy right now for kills, going for a big run out and spawn, but didn't know that they were spotted out, as the kill will ring out and the first body will drop.
Yeah, Sandy, unaware on Kuntal's whereabouts, will actually get to outplay him all the way towards the towers of spawn. And now Won't Stop Peaking can just gladly focus on the site itself, and also some good counters being made from the Geisha's window. Knowing that you have to deal with 2 mute jammers and the Kite Electroclaw will force the attackers to use 2 EMP impacts instead of 1. That's the main reason why Thatcher has been such an influential operator, mainly because he gets to focus on both of them at the same time. Vinci gets one more, a good shot all the way from the repel side of Geisha window. will ensure that Hunter LFO will have a lot of issues with both Ratter and Sandly down. Hunter LFO will be having a lot of troubles, especially knowing that Kuntal is still alive and still kicking. He's dealing a lot of damage towards Sparko's end too. He will still stay alive, and just like I said, Barrett comes in, a kill at that too. And Hunters, it's a 2v5, and with them winning almost 6 rounds back to back, okay, Jittery. Good headshot all the way long range to take out Dark Lord. We still got to worry about a lot of players on the side, and Beat was unaware on Violet's location. Forcing themselves out on a 1v4. Can he get the 2 kills? No, it does not. Vinci gets to shut him down. And with it, Won't Stop Peeking will survive, getting the win on round number 9 with a quick take on the first floor side.
This was Won't Stop Peeking's first round win after 6 rounds of Hunter's domination. So, to say that they needed this round is, well, absolutely an understatement at the end of the day. Second floor karaoke and tea room. We are back to the side that Hunter started all of this on, and we saw exactly how comfortable they were when they went here back in round number 7. So we do hit double digits on the round count in the meanwhile, folks. As Won't Stop Peeking finally put themselves on the board once again, nearly getting 0-7 from round 3 onwards. But they will avoid that fate, managing to put a round on board. But the question is, can they take 3 more? Because it'll take 3 more to push for overtime. And Hunters, in the meanwhile, of course, they would very much love to not have to go to overtime on map number 1. I'm pretty sure they're looking at Chalet and thinking, yeah, we need to save our energy for that map. We've not exactly had the best time in the world when it comes to Chalet, so we probably should be prepared to do a little bit better on that map, which means taking it a little chill for this first map here and now. And again, like I said, we haven't seen anything too particularly different from the Hunters. It's been mostly standard stuff. Beat sees the rappel but doesn't get anything off of it. Last time it was Sandy going for a run out. This time it's Beat. Hunters are clearly, getting a little itchy over here for these kills. Gotta be careful so as to not get caught out while attempting something as wild as that.
Yeah, it's run out galore from Hunters. Cooked nade from Dark Lord won't be able to succeed in removing one of the players out, but instead he was mainly focusing on removing some of the utilities that had been placed. Sandy, on the other hand, will succeed when his aggressive attempt, this time by taking out Desmond. His location will be compromised from the attack drones, but nonetheless, he is in the site, safe and sound. And he just got to worry about some of the attackers. Wait a minute, those are 2 defenders all the way towards second floor office. Interesting. And Won't Stop Peeking. What would be the response? Sandy. Oh my goodness, what was that peek? He almost would have gotten to remove Dark Lord, and he does that. 2 kills. Sandy, he loves going aggressive, and he gets 1 more. The aggressiveness doesn't stop from Sandy. It's like he has the sands of time from Prince of Persia, but nonetheless, I'm just talking about some other game. Spark, on the other hand, gets 1 headshot, which means Vinci is left all by himself, and he needs to clutch this 1v5. Not gonna happen. Sandy gets the final frag, and also gives the win for Hunters. 7-3. Yeah, the sands of time, they are really powerful here, Jack.
Yeah, Sandy just said, you know what? No, I'm not having any of this. You guys, we let you have a round. That's it. The 1 round is all any of you are going to get. And they instantly, Sandy that is, instantly shuts everybody down. The shots, my goodness, Sandy was on fire. I think they ended something like 15 kills in the map.
Yep.
We'll go into that when we go to the round summary, folks. Don't worry. We'll have the stats compiled and all that. Like we said it before, we're kind of bad at math, so don't count on us to keep count of things. We'll have to just wait for the admins to do it for us. But anyhow, very good game for the Hunters. Won't Stop Peeking kind of had a showing initially. They really took those first 2 rounds very, very well. And then Hunters just were like, nope, not having it, not having it. They took a round back on round 3, and then it was just the Hunter show from then on. If you discount round 1 and 2, this map becomes a 7-1, right? Not a 7-3. So that's just, again, Won't Stop Peeking's initial rounds definitely seemed to take Hunters by surprise, and Hunters were like, yeah, okay, we just need to make sure we're doing these things quicker, and that way you guys won't get the jump on us again. And well, they never did. Until round number 9, I guess. But anyhow, folks, let's go into the highlights to talk a little bit more about what we saw in the match today. And just, to close out my thoughts on it, Hunters, they were just on fire today.
Although the starting rounds was not a good way for Hunters LFO to start things off, we did see some impressive performance from Kuntal and Dark Lord, but then it slowly started to fall apart in round number 3 itself when Sandy made that 1v2. So I gotta say, man, what a way to talk about from Hunters LFOs and bringing things back up, winning 7 rounds. Actually, no, winning 6 rounds back to back. Although round number 9 didn't, quite worked out well in their favor. Round number 10, though, that's where Sandy decides to just pop off. And I've got to say, this is the fall season, so I mean, when you see the top regions in the SA region makes an impressive performance like this, you've got to expect the worst. And for Won't Stop Peaking, this would definitely hurt them a lot. And on the second map itself, on Chalet, maybe we might see them have a chance to see them put all the way towards the deciders. It can happen, especially when Hunters had their performance up against Team Uvu. Chalet didn't really favor them a lot from Hunters' end. Maybe they fixed up their mistakes, maybe they did not. Maybe we could see Won't Stop Peaking, get their win back on Chalet itself. So, but only time will tell, and Won't Stop Peaking. They're not out of this just yet. 2 round wins. They were looking very strong, and then something happened afterwards. So hopefully, if they decide to fix that situation, maybe we will see a very back-to-back gunfights, or should I say, back-to-back wins coming in from Team Won't Stop Peaking. Let's take a look at the match summary itself. Talk about the end result of the first map, and yes, of course, it is the Sandy. 15 kills, 60% cost, 2 initial frag outs, with him losing 2 gunfights as well from his end. And then we have Kuntal, 8 kills, 50% cost, 2 initial kills. Kuntal and Dark Lord were these 2 players were doing an exceptional job on defense, but unfortunately it started to fall apart when after round 3 happened. So it's gotta hurt for them, but hopefully they would get their mojo back in map number 2, Chalet.
I mean, they're going to need to, all things considered. Chalet is going to be very important for Won't Stop Peaking. I mean, it's going to be important for the Hunters too, right? If they want to close it out on a 2-0, they had better get their gear together for Chalet as well. But looking at how they've played in Skyscraper today, I don't think, Chalet is going to give them all that much trouble here, folks. And I'm being honest with you. For this one, it's not even a prediction. It just really feels like the Hunters today are not having any of the usual nonsense that we have seen before and after from them. So we'll have to wait and see how they perform on map number 2, Chalet. It will be going live for all our viewers at home in a few moments. And map number 1, at the end of the day, I guess we could just say that Won't Stop Peaking. They really had a very good start, but kind of fizzled out too early, lasting for only a bright moment like a firework. But like a firework, their brilliance was overshadowed, unfortunately, as the Hunters closed in farther and farther on their prey. With all that being said, folks, we will go into map number 2 in a short while. But before that, we're going to be taking a quick little break and just to recharge, get ourselves prepped up for map number 2. You know the whole thing. Casters gotta make sure that they know what they're getting into, because if we just say random words, it's not exactly casting now, is it? With all that being said, we'll take in a quick break and we'll be right back with map number 2, Chalet. Stay tuned.
chase.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Esports Club Pro Series Fall Edition for Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, and our broadcast partner, Loco. I'm your host, Blackjack. Joining me is my co-host, Babagusta, as we are back for the game between Hunters LFO and Won't Stop Peaking. The first game today of the upper bracket round 2 that we have just seen. Of course, we have gone through map number 1, and it was a pretty quick map, all things considered. We had a 7-3 from the Hunters. Won't Stop Peaking started with a 2-0, mind you, and then Hunters won 6 straight rounds, almost no sweat on their brow at all. And of course, after that, they, took a round back, Won't Stop Peaking, and Hunters then won another, making it 7-3. So now we're going into map number 2, Chalet, as this is where the true decision as of this BO3 will be. This is the crucial map here. Won't Stop Peaking are the ones who have picked this map. Hunters are going attack first. Hunters on Chalet recently have left a bit to be desired, all things considered, so they need to be careful here. Won't Stop Peaking, on the other hand, if they win this, we go to map number 3. If they lose this, Hunters LFO will pull ahead to upper bracket round 3, or the upper bracket finals, so to speak, while, of course, Won't Stop Peaking will fall down to the lower bracket. We'll talk about that in the whenever the time comes for that, folks. Right now, the ban phase, we're going to start things off with the first ban. As is usual, Thatcher is at the door.
Yep. Good old Thatcher will be banned once again, even with Brutal Swarm being in effect. But all in all, a ban is a ban nonetheless, and Thatcher, his EMP is still very strong. So with him being gone, Flores will be out too at the hands of Hunters LFO. Maybe on map Chalet, they don't want to have those explosive drones to destroy those vital deployable shield all the way from the blue stairs. So it's fairly understandable. But on the side of defense, I'm pretty sure that a Valkyrie will be banned, but no, it will be Mira at the hands of Hunters LFO, which means that Won't Stop Peeking will be left with the decision to ban Valkyrie themselves, or they might keep it to themselves. They're on defense first. They could ban a different operator instead on the defensive side, and it will be the Azami. Interesting bans, mainly because of the Kiba barriers, which could provide good angles and also helps them to cover most. It just helps you to patch the holes that has been made from those breaches that had happened from the defensive side. But all in all, Master Bedroom / Office will be the side on round number 1, with Team Won't Stop Peeking not being able to succeed on map number 1. Hunters, they are here to end things once and for all on map Chalet. But talking about their performance that had happened from Team Uvu, you could say that Won't Stop Peeking has a chance on defense. But this is Hunters we're talking about. They've realized what their mistakes are, and they're making sure that they would not do it again.
That Azami ban is very, very curious, I will say, because it's like, the Kiba barrier is just so good on Chalet, right? Where you have that shield that's been placed on the piano by Frost, that shield can be substituted and the shield can be used elsewhere. You can have Kiba barriers protecting you behind the piano area, blocking off windows and important entryways and reconstruction in the site. It's very curious to me that Won't Stop Peeking decided to not have Azami. They're the ones who banned her, mind you. But of course, the temptation to finally be able to play Valkyrie would have been too great. Valkyrie on Chalet has always been a force to be reckoned with, and Hunters will probably be thinking, yeah, we definitely let that one slip. And as we know, Valkyrie with those black eye cameras is always going to be an absolute nuisance, requiring, in some situations, IQ to be brought out. No IQ from the Hunters for now. We'll have to see how long they can go without IQ in case they start losing rounds again. But that all depends on their decision making right now. As you can see, they don't even have anyone that has secondary EMPs. They're really not going with any of that. Not really breach heavy either, just Sparko with the Hibana's Excalibur pellets, despite the fact that the site is second floor bedroom. They've got a couple grenades to do the job for them, so they'll be clearing out first floor as well. But Rattler's grenade starts off by finding the Kaid himself. You know what? If you can't take out the problem, take out the source. Violet goes down as Sandy finds the second.
2 kills already in Hunters LFO. They are looking even much more stronger on Chalet, especially on round number 1. But let's not count out Won't Stop Peeking yet. Although they've lost a lot of ground control, in which they are still continuing to lose it from Beats' headshot. 2 players left from Won't Stop Peeking. They still have some information from the Valkyrie cams. Well, not for long. Sparkle gets one more. And so does the final player from Sandy. Hunters LFO removing players one by one once they find out an opening. And just like that, they will win round number 1, having all the info on the side itself.
Okay, then.
That was quick.
You're telling me.
Lightning fast.
Oh boy, somebody called Lightning McQueen. We've got a new speed racer in the, in the running here. And, they're clearly not taking any prisoners here.
Defenders, protect your
Wow, even with the Valkyrie in play, Won't Stop Peeking. Just, they were not given any room at all to move. I think, Vinci being taken down by the grenade just kind of started off a complete domino effect that Won't Stop Peeking were just not ready for. And they've gone back to second floor bedroom again, interestingly enough. So they feel confident in the site, and they probably feel like, yeah, Hunters definitely surprised us with a, an insanely quick round. But they're not going to be able to do that a second time. And I agree, because of course, at the end of the day, a trick can only work for so many times before it gets countered. Once again, the Valcans will be in play. Desmond has a couple of nice spots that the Valkyrie will be putting her cameras in. And Hunters, once again, same operators, no change whatsoever. They brought up the same set. We'll see how that pays off for them in this round. Because, of course, they'll be looking for another one and forcing the side of Won't Stop Peeking out of the bedroom site.
Well, there is some slight change from Won't Stop Peeking, though. Violet this time bringing bringing Frost. At least it will help to control one of the attackers who would make an immediate entrance all the way towards the first floor. Jittery has a lot of information from the second floor side, indicating that not a single player from Team Won't Stop Peeking is defending on that particular angle. So Solarium control will be theirs. Cook grenade! Oh, this time could have claimed the life of Wincy once again, but this time he'll stay alive with just 50 HP. And that grenade wasn't from Rattler, it was from Jittery's end. Second grenade! Oh boy! Oh, that is gonna hurt! Oh man, it feels like deja vu once again! But Kuntal, on the other hand, decides to contain the situation as he takes out Jittery. This time, Won't Stop Peeking will fling back with the attack. 4v4. And now you could see the amount of pressure that Hunters is providing towards the Solarium's side, which means that the entire mezzanine hallway is clear for them to defend. But now with the pressure being induced on Solarium, Won't Stop Peeking, they've got to figure out a way.
That they definitely do. Solarium Stairs has been taken control of, and Rattler is watching the stairs. Pretty much the entry from stairs as Sandy finds Dark Lord. In the meanwhile, Wamai down. Bathroom needs to be cleared. Sandy's got to be so careful here. Sees the head, can't get it. Rattler finding Desmond in the meanwhile. Violet with 2, and now 3. The Frost is in here, folks. And that has left Beat now in a 1v2. Nobody was able to shut down the Frost. And a big blunder from the side of the Hunters leaves them grappling with a tense moment here. And mind you, none of these kills that Violet had were off of Frostmat. It was all from just pure skill alone. The Frost, of all operators, you'd have expected that one to be the one who plays, those angles, shall we say. So Solarium Shares is going to be cleared up as the ping on Beat comes out. There's a Valcam around here that's going to be requesting information from the drone that was just thrown. Got to know the fact that there's an angle here. Does know that now. Flashing out the door. That's exactly where that player is. Finds the Frost. Going straight in. Oh my goodness. Could have had it, but Kuntal got the head before. One more flashbang maybe. I don't know if the Nomad had it. But Kuntal didn't get flashed for too long either. The effect was fading. That's why, of course, they could go for the counter shot. And Beat, in fact, did not have the flashbangs now that I look at it. So, unfortunate as it is, the round will still be taken by Won't Stop Peeking. Coming very close to losing the round, mind you. But Hunters, that mid-round collapse, butchered that one. But yeah, that mid-round collapse, they need to watch out for.
Especially when you get picked out like that, all the way towards the bathroom side of Solarium with a weapon which has a suppressor, mind you. One of the most low fire rate weapons in the game of Rainbow-Six-Siege. You'd usually get a lot of kills from Frostmat, but getting a triple kill like that, man, that has definitely got to hurt from Hunters. Even the strategy was looking great. They wanted to apply a lot of pressure from Solarium, which is in fact predictable from Won't Stop Peeking's end. They know exactly that they were making the same push as they did on round number 1. They adapted to it. You even saw the players who was holding on mezzanine came all the way towards the side to defend that place. And he also, although he didn't get a lot of kills from his end, he did manage to, cover up a lot of ground, which Won't Stop Peeking had the rest of the players' information just by getting control on certain spots. And now with the changes of site being made, the site being on bar and gaming room, this should be a bit more difficult for Team Won't Stop Peeking, especially with them getting control on library. But now knowing that you have mezzanine control is also on all 3 players holding on second floor. Still got to worry about those high ground potentials, and that's maybe we could see Jittery being in play, because you see him all the way towards the hallway side, seeing whether if he can get an opening pick or 2, but it will be Sandy who gets the first. A second, all the way towards library. Wait a minute. Oh no, triple kill. Sandy, he just found out in the opening, but still, you forgot about Kuntal. He recovers it, but it's too late. Post-round it is. 3v2. Kuntal needs to figure out a way to put this back, but it's too late. You couldn't find the rest of the attackers. ADS has been placed. That one single distraction is more than enough. And you can see Hunters taking care of this situation, removing players one by one. And it's Wincy who needs to take care of loose ends. That is not going to happen. Beat gets away with a long-range headshot. And that was more than enough for Hunters to secure round number 3. All they had to do was let Sandy do his thing, and that is more than enough to create a lot of distractions for Hunters to push themselves all the way to post plant.
Well, talk about going goblin mode. That's definitely what Sandy did right there. Who just expects the Zofia to just walk into second floor like, hello, you guys okay? I'm taking over this side now. Bye. Just comes in, does the, says that, and oh boy, comes in, does that, takes over, dies. Yep, that's just how Hunters players do be, as we have another round taken by them. 2-1 up now on Chalet attacker first. So they're definitely trying to take rounds as soon as they can, just to make sure that the second half, where they'll be on the defense, they won't have too much of trouble playing against Won't Stop Peaking. This is something that we've seen before, right? That Chalet, being such an attacker-sided map, is always great to have many rounds in the first half go your way. Kuntal in the meanwhile, unfortunately, will disconnect, and that's not good. The alibi was definitely doing some good work for the team, Kuntal that is, and without that player, unfortunately, they're not going to be able to do too much about some of the unfortunate circumstances that a 4v5 does put into play. They have reconnected, and well, that will allow for, of course, someone to watch the cams. So a constant stream of info will be in, so that's a good thing, I guess. But they're playing with one less player, and that is, of course, going to hurt them in the long run in the round, as Dark Lord is, well, I wouldn't say afraid, but clearly doesn't want to peek too hard and then get taken out. Flashbangs might be coming their way in just a moment here. More shots are fired. They're trying to take care of whatever utilities are in this area. Flashbangs in, and another one, and trying to run away, but beats on the other window, finds him on the hash drop, and that's your first body down.
Two players, control on library, and now they can just focus on the side. But Desmond gets to find another way this time by taking out Jittery. Let's not forget, Kuntal had an unfortunate disconnect. A grenade! Oh no! It's grenades galore for Hunters as they will succeed yet another grenade kill. Kuntal, oh no, that's not good. A second grenade attempt from Ratto. Will that connect? No. Violet will still stay alive, still hold his ground from that particular spot out, but still, it's not quite sure it's not going to work out. Sandy comes out with a pistol kill, and now it's Violet who needs to figure things out. Not going to happen. Hunters, they get away with yet another attack round win here, folks. Round number 4, 3-1. A dominant performance on attack.
Well, yeah, the dominant is, of course, one of the ways to say it, as a pause timer has been requested from Won't Stop Peaking so that they can get Kuntal back in nice and quickly. Because, of course, Kuntal seems to be having some technical difficulties, all things considered. And that, of course, means that, we'll just have to wait for them to reconnect, and then we will push off to the next round. First floor bar clearly not working out for the side of Won't Stop Peaking. They cannot take a lead, mind you, in the first half anymore. So any leads they take, it will have to be in the second half. And Hunters, of course, are going to be more than happy with their performance here and now. And they're going back. That is Won't Stop Peaking. They seem to want to go back to second floor, master bedroom, and office, which, of course, is a good site to, go to for defenders on Chalet. But the question is, can they really hold it down the way they probably wanted to? If the Hunters have their say, well, I don't think that's going to be the case anytime soon. But again, the Hunters nearly had their say in round 2. That was also in bedroom. Bedroom's currently going 1-1 for both Hunters and Won't Stop Peaking in this first half. So there's something there. And maybe Won't Stop Peaking will be able to win out the round if they are able to apply themselves properly here.
Yeah, for Won't Stop Peaking, this is not a great start from them. Not being able to secure, I mean, they did secure at least one defensive round with the great adaptation that they've made on round number 2. Jesus Christ. Not exactly sure what happened from my pronunciation game there, but I'm not quite sure exactly what I said at that time, but yeah, focusing on the on map number 2 between Hunters and Won't Stop Peaking, only one defensive win from team Won't Stop Peaking. Hunters, on the other hand, they're just having a blast. And when I say blast, I meant literally grenade kills from Rattler, grenade kills from Jittery. It's just the amount of grenade kills that we're seeing in Hunters LFO. I know I kept talking about how many grenades have been reduced from operators wise, and still Hunters LFO still does the impossible. When you have Jittery and Rattler, who is just so great when it comes to cooking the grenade at the right time, knowing exactly where those ADSs are present, and finding a way to get an easier opening, clearly shows that Hunters LFO are great at what they do on attack coordination. They're all it's always about the opening from Sandy's end or from Rattler. If Sandy goes ham getting 2 or 3 kills, that's the indication for Hunter saying that, you know what, it's time for us to get into the side as well and do our jobs, because Sandy has already found out the opening. And if Sandy couldn't get to find an opening, the grenade should be more than enough to get a guaranteed win too. So it's just like a yin and yang moment from Hunter's LFO. If one thing doesn't works out, the other would just it would just easily get in from One Stop Peaking's end. And man, that is for One Stop Peaking. Even they're confused at this point. They're like, wait, like how are we getting picked off that easily? I mean, we're not peaking at all. I know our team name is One Stop Peaking. We weren't peaking, and yet somehow they get away with a kill like that, although we weren't peaking. How does this make sense? That's exactly what the teams on the side of Won't Stop Peaking are trying to understand exactly what is happening. I know I'm just joking on most of certain times, but for team Won't Stop Peaking, that is not a great way to be, losing certain rounds like that. They're losing bodies one by one. Even with the great control that we did get to see from Kuntal's end, winning that 1v1 gunfight was a lot. Impressive performance from Violet's triple kill, but not being able to recover the round and be consistent in winning most of their roundouts is going to be a lot concerning from One Stop Peaking's end.
That it is, and they're gonna have to try and work on all of these issues for the time that we have this pause going for, folks. Of course, again, continually trying to get Kuntal back in as soon as possible because of course, the fact that you know. Uh, Things seem to be not exactly going all that well for the side of Won't Stop Peaking. The pause is still in effect. As soon as it no longer is, we will be going back into the game, as is the normal deal for the matches, of course. So you won't have to wait for too long before we go back in. And once we do, things will once again be better for our teams here, at least in terms of actually being able to play the game as we await the more news about the match, so to speak. But all things I gotta say, all things being said, and everything we've. Actually, we've got the game back in. Never mind. I was stumbling around for no reason at all. I was thinking about something to say, but I guess we'll have to wait for whatever thoughts would have otherwise popped into my head for later on. 3-1 to the Hunters as we're going straight into round number 5. The teams are back in. We are also into the round.
Well, let's see how round number 5 favors for Won't Stop Peaking. Especially the way how Hunters have been getting away with an advantage like that every early round. Not being able to succeed on both the sides, on second floor master bedroom site, and also on first floor bar and gaming room. Now they'll choose to go in for a different approach this time, with the site being on the same. Wait, is the site still the same? Yeah, it is. Wait, I thought they would head off on first floor kitchen and dining, but never mind then. Second floor master bedroom and office shall be the site once again for Won't Stop Peaking to defend. I don't think that this is a good idea here, Jack.
I just like how we mentioned it a couple of times before that they are going to second floor bedroom and office.
Yeah, I had no idea.
But anyhow, mistakes happen. It's all right. But the thing is, right, like you said, I don't particularly think that this is a good idea. I agree with you there because, they've won around here, but it really came down to the 1v1 there. That Beat could have almost pulled off, but what an angle being held by Beat. as he gets taken down, excuse me, by Dark Lord. But Jittery in the meanwhile, okay, he's already in the site.
He's in the site.
What is going on? Jittery's in the site. Dark Lord's taking damage from below, trying to peek. Is anyone gonna contest Jittery, or is everybody just gonna be dead by the time they try? Okay, everyone's just gonna be dead by the time they try to contest Jittery. Okay, yep, I see how it is. Jittery just said, hey, Jittery just pulled a, Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, walked into the site, said, nice place. I'm not gonna say the third word, and then, finish off the round. 4-1 going into round number 6. As Hunters are just taking this map by storm.
And I thought my Sandy jokes were bad.
Protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
See, you pulled a Prince of Persia, right? So the fact that your Sandy jokes weren't all that great, get it? Prince of Persia set in the desert.
Yeah, I know.
Sandy. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
But I guess that's par for the course. Like I said, folks, it's the B&B show. Bad jokes, bad jokes, maybe some good jokes occasionally.
You could say it's the two thrones, You have the Prince of Persia, and then you have the Prince of Bel-Air,
I thought you were gonna say the two thrones of good jokes and bad jokes, but sure.
But yeah, bad jokes all the way.
Mm-hmm.
Anywho, round number 6.
What they say, right? No, I'm pretty sure someone in the chat watching this, right, is just probably going to, like, if they're on Discord, right, with their friends, somebody in the chat is going, I hate bad jokes. They're coarse, they're rough, they're irritating, and they get everywhere.
But it's good content.
That it is.
Anywho, action phase is present on round number 6. Won't stop peeking yet again on the same site. The only question is, would the Prince of Persia would be welcoming the side of Team Won't Stop Peeking, or would it be the side of Prince of Bel-Air? That's the biggest question here, Jack.
I think we're still going on about that. I'm
we're still going on with this.
I'm pretty sure the joke has run its course at this point. Okay, but we'll have to see if Hunters are able to just walk into the site once again. There's a lot of first floor that's being used, and I don't think it's working. Beat finds one massive kill. Rattler saves his backside by getting Kuntal, who was trying to take care of the lion from second floor as well. And again, 2 massive drops. There's one more player in first floor towards the pantry hallway. And there you go, Jittery's is going to finish it off. 2v5 now, as the grenades from below are going to be used up. Sandy finds Violet. Is there even a point to doing this? No, there isn't. Sandy gets 2. That's it. Flawless round. This time they didn't even bother with the site. It was only when they had to find the anchors and Sandy decided to go to piano window that they got the final 2 players. It's a 5-1. Hunters on the attack side showing, well, no mercy. I was going to say next to no mercy, but no mercy is probably the best way to say it. Round number 7, we're on 5-1. Hunters are 1 round away from series point and 2 runs away from a complete sweep.
A complete sweep.
Attackers need
And
to
for
locate
Won't Stop
and defuse
Peeking,
bombs.
was picking the same side a good idea, folks? Come on. Was picking second for Master Bedroom for a total of 4 rounds a good idea? Like, what happened? Like, seriously, what exactly happened on that first half? Like, did you guys just give up hope? I mean, sure, you guys did a wonderful job on round number 2. Like, are they having difficulties dealing with the way how Hunters operate on attack?
10 seconds to insertion.
Did they make an entire lockdown
5 seconds to insertion.
when the site's on second floor? I mean, turns out it really is.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
One of them repelling from the window, the second gaining control on trophy window as well. And then you have the rest of the players who are just sweeping clear all the way. Defense, however, Hunters will make sure that there will be a run-out attempt from either Sandy. Sandy loves to do run-outs. He's currently all the way towards the window side, and just like that, it's not Sandy, it's Beat who gets the first frag. Vinci goes out, which means that the early peak goes in the hands of Hunters once again. Holograms will give some vital information EE1D beat once again, still wants to challenge this angle. Even with the EE1D's presence. Oh no, the distraction was so good, but he still doesn't get the kill. Okay, Sandy gets
Never
away
mind,
the
Sandy's
kill.
here.
I don't know what is happening. Won't stop peeking. Are you guys all right?
Won't stop peeking. Just stop moving if you guys are, not able to perform right now. I mean, I guess that's kind of a given, right? They're not exactly doing all that well, Baba. I think that Fresh Prince of Bel-Air joke kind of may have got to them. Oh no, not the bailiff. Okay, I was gonna say Sandy. He pulled out the
Sandy.
bailiff.
Come on, Sandy.
Yeah, Sandy was like, nope, you're not getting away. I'm taking you down. But no, Desmond will take the return fire kill. Shots fired. Rattler's also DBNO. So, okay, Hunters maybe getting a smidge ahead of themselves right now. Pings it out towards the other defender on the door outside of Bean's room. So Desmond is going to jump around to try and get someone else from another angle. And excuse me? Desmond? How did you not get beat? How did Rattler get revived and then finish you off? And okay. Oh wow, that's a long angle. Violet gets a return fire kill. That is Jittery down, but Violet's the only one remaining. Mind you, Beat and Rattler are quite low on HP, so there could be a lot. Never mind. Beat's just gonna run out anyway. Nothing's about to stop them, and there's no air jabs or claymores on this door. Look at the amount of time Beat had to find Violet as well. The call-out would have been there as well, right? Upside down rappel outside of the balcony, office balcony, what do we call it? And with that, we've hit match and series point as Hunters are now, well, on match and series point.
I'm not gonna lie, Jack. Won't stop peeking.
Attackers
7 to
need to
1
locate and
in
defuse as
second
many
map,
bombs as they can.
and 7 to 3 in the first. 13 kills to Sandy. And you better believe it.
Yeah, okay,
Expect
Sandy.
run out from Sandy and Beat.
Sandy's gone goblin mode. There's just we can't stop saying it anymore. Sandy's gone goblin mode.
You know, Desmond, on the other hand, he might have to take a seat on the Animus 2.0.
Imagine that. I mean,
Learning the ancestors of Ezio Auditore, and then he comes back so strong. Imagine that happening, you know? For One Stop Peaking, Desmond just comes back with all the knowledge of the match, and he just removes player one by one. Imagine that happen.
I mean, you'd need a time machine to pull that off as well. So you'd need
Or
to
an
mess
Animus,
with space-time continuum. Something serious right now. Spawn Peak has been spotted out, and Kunthal just kind of having fun messing around. F2, I don't think is the best gun to try and counter peek that with. Still can't get the head, and whichever defender is out there trying to pull the stunt off clearly isn't having the best time finding the head either. They're kind of just playing against each other right now. Like, playing. But Beat finds one, does get immediately traded by Violet. So, Desmond's gone. So, Desmond's unfortunate day continues. That is, I mean, mighty unfortunate. Going 2-8 right now on what could be the last round of the first of this entire match. Beat, in the meanwhile, 8-3. Will be happy with just about how this round has gone. I guess. Would have definitely preferred to stay alive for a little longer. Sandy. He's getting aggressive. He wants the kill. Come on. One tap. Okay, not a one tap, multi-tap, but he gets Dark Lord. And that's another body off the board.
Yes. After all the salsa dance off, we will see Sandy win that gunfight. But we forgot about Vinci though. One kill, the second doesn't get it. Salsa dance off, Jack. Come on. Salsa dance off. 5v2. Violet and Kunthal, the only two operators left for Team Won't Stop Peaking to secure the round. On round number 8 is it's not looking good for them. Especially when you have a lot of info from Rattler's monitor scans, and then you have Sandy and Sparko. Won't Stop Peaking. Oh man, that is not good, man.
Oh no, Sandy. No, Rattler is. Oh no, Rattler's being. Rattler's getting allegations of having baited out Jittery right there. Sandy does finally go down. And, okay, so it is 2 versus 2. The round could still go to Won't Stop Peaking. It is still possible for them to somehow turn this around. as Sparko and Rattler are the only ones remaining, but one of them is a pulse that can gather information from many, many meters away. And the other, of course, is a Jaeger with a really, really powerful gun, all things considered. You know, it's been nerfed a fair few times, but it's not exactly all that bad anymore, as the pulse will be forced away from its position thanks to a breach being made by the ace. That, of course, opens up the behind the bomb and table angle. And Kuntal is also slowly approaching. This is a tiny angle that is still available thanks to where the ace breached. Right, that's why that angle is opened up. We have one more Selma that's going to be used up. They need to get into the side. Kuntal's taking a ton of damage in the meanwhile, and that's from the back. Rattler gets one, and it's all up to Violet. And there you go. Rattler's going to finish it off as well. That's it, folks. Match done. Pack it up and sending, Hunters packing it up and sending the side of Won't Stop Peaking down to the lower brackets where they will meet Phalanx. And that will be a match that happens in a couple days from now. So, you know, that's going to be a good one as well. 15 kills to Rattler. I mean, we say going Goblin mode. That is just about as Goblin mode as you can be, you know. So just fantastic plays overall from the Hunters. I really got to say, I loved what they did, and I loved the plays that they made in general. So with all that being said, folks, that is already done. With match number 1, we are pretty much on time for the first time in the series. And yeah, we're on time for everything. We've either finished entirely too early or entirely too late recently. So it's nice to just be on time every now and again, isn't it? We'll go into the highlights to talk about map number 2 in just a short while, as it was a 7-1. A 7-3-7-1 double sweep right there for the Hunters. I say double sweep, 7-3 might not sound like a double sweep, right? Only 4 rounds to the victory. As we go into the highlights to talk about the match that we have had, but the reason I say map 1 was a sweep was because after the first 2 rounds for Won't Stop Peaking, the Hunters just kind of, took 6 straight rounds in a row. You can't discount that. And even here, after round 2 going to the side of Won't Stop Peaking, Hunters took 6 straight rounds. So say what you will about that.
You know, I can see all blues in the match scoreboard itself from Hunters' end. They were like, there's only one orange on round number 2, and that too was a really great performance from Violet. But all in all, man, that is, I don't know, man. This match was pretty one-sided from the upper brackets itself, 7-1. And what a performance do we get to see from Hunters' end. Won't stop peaking though. Although the match didn't work out too well in their favor in the upper brackets, they still have a chance in the lower brackets itself, where they will be relegated down, and they'll be waiting to see which would be that one team who they will go up against. Hunters, on the other hand, they will be very happy about this, and also will take a look at the match summary itself too to see who is on the top of the leaderboards, and that is, of course, Sandy. 15 kills, 100% cost, one initial kill, and then we have Beat, 4 initial kills with 90% cost. And my god, what a performance do we get to see from Hunters' end. They wouldn't be having any problems proceeding into the next phase, but for Team Won't Stop Peaking, they're currently in the danger zone. Kuntal with 5 kills with 60% cost, Violet on the other hand with 5 kills. We did get to see both Kuntal and Vinci make an impressive performance on Skyscraper, getting 7 and 6 kills in the first half while they were on defense. But all in all, man, it's 7-1, 7-3. Not a good way for Team Won't Stop Peaking to end things off, especially on the fall season. And if they have to survive, if they have to qualify into the season, they've got to make sure that they would not lose any more points in the near future. And that fight will happen in the lower brackets.
That is indeed the case, folks. As you can see, 7-3, 7-1 Hunters on Chalet today. Making a statement that, yeah, our recent track record might not have been all that great here, but we are here to reclaim that claim, as it were, and the map as well. So, with all that being said, my goodness, what a map that we have had so far. Let's take a look at the brackets now, updated as well with the results of today's first game. There's a second one, mind you, Chalet Esports versus Mercenaries, as Won't Stop Peeking. Actually, they're being knocked down to face the Shaheens, not Team Phalanx. Okay, I was a little, I was a little wrong about that. But hey, I was mostly just speculating. Hunters moving ahead to the upper bracket finals. Their rival and opponent for that game, of course, will either be Kira Esports or Mercenaries. That is, of course, match number 2. The one who loses that game will be sent down to lower brackets to face Team Phalanx. This Kira Esports Mercenaries game is probably the one that everybody has their eyes out for, folks. So it's going to be an absolute barn burner of a game. That is, of course, match number 2, Kira Esports versus Mercenaries. Again, just a beautiful game that we are hotly anticipating here. But before that, we'll need to quickly recharge, gather ourselves for that game. So, and for that, of course, we'll have to take a little break. We'll be right back with the Kira Mercenaries game. Stay tuned.
chase. chase.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Esports Club Pro Series Fall Edition for Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, and our broadcast partner, Loco. We are back once again, of course, your hosts, Black Jacka and Babagusta, as we are going Loco. I'm your host, Blackjack. Hopefully, I'm audible this time, alongside my co host, Babagista, as we will be, hopefully, this time, going straight into match number 2 after the usual pre show do around these parts, of course. No idea what's been happening for the last couple of attempts we've made at going live. Just the background and the call and all that is this has been going haywire, folks. But anyhow, hopefully everything is sorted nice and well, and we can go straight into our match here with no difficulties from our end, so to speak. We don't know if the players' ends are having any difficulties, but anyhow, with all that being said, let's go into the map video for match number 2, I should say. Excuse me, as we look at the maps that will be played. Chalet and Skyscraper.
Yep, the second matchup. Team MercenarieZ versus Kira Esports. Talk about the maps itself. We have Villa, Chalet, and Skyscraper. Villa being picked by Team Mercenaries. It's quite an interesting map coming in from their end. And Kira Esports bringing on map Chalet. Usually we'd see the exact opposite here, Jack. We'd usually see Kira Esports bring in Clubhouse or maybe Oregon most of the time. But seeing them bring on map Chalet brings this kind of curiosity that Kira Esports might have something, steamy prepped up against Team Mercenaries. Mercenaries, on the other hand, they'll choose to bring in the Villa, and decider will be Skyscraper once again, Jack. I mean, we did get to see them. We did get to see Skyscraper between Hunters LFO and Team Won't Stop Peaking, although it did ended up on a 7-3 score line. The second matchup, though, Mercenaries and Kira, they've been, you could say that they have a lot of rivalries between them. Mercenaries and Kira Esports, and Mercenaries, they usually did ended up winning a lot of matches between Kira Esports. Kira Esports, on the other hand, they haven't got the upper hand when it comes to winning most of their matchups. So hopefully, this match will at least would we might be able to see Kira Esports, especially with the change rosters that we have, will bring in a lot of tensions that's going to bring out between these two teams.
Absolutely. Let's look at the map selection to see which maps will be going through in what order, and who'll be attacking first and defending first. Here we go. Chalet is map number 1. Kira will be Kira will be picking that map, excuse me, with Mercenaries attacking first. Villa, Mercenaries' pick, will be second map on our board today, with Mercenaries attacking first there, and the decider being on Skyscraper. Kira Esports will be attacking there this time around. So Mercenaries not attacking on all 3 maps, but I guess that is, of course, a good thing at the end of the day, because Villa, I mean, the fact that Kid Sports have taken defense first, that is quite interesting. And same with Mercenaries picking attack first on Chalet, because Chalet, being the kind of attacker-sided map that we all expect it to be at this point, you would think that Mercenaries, they have the side pick there because Kira got the map pick and they picked Chalet. So Mercenaries picked attack on Chalet first rather than second, which is a little unorthodox for even them, as it were. Second, right? Get your defensive rounds out of the way, attack second, and really, lay on the pressure on your opponents here. Kira Esports will probably be able to do something along those lines, but mind you, Chalet, before Hunters decided that Mercenaries would not have the claim to that map, Mercenaries were the ones to be known as, the best on Chalet. We used to talk about this. Like me and CCV really hyped it up in a match. I remember that Mercenaries on Chalet is a force to be reckoned with, and they still are. Don't get us wrong here, folks. It's just the fact that Hunters seems to somehow prevail over them, regardless of the map. So let's see if Mercenaries can live up to their title into the match as we right here, right now. Map number 1, Chalet. Let's get into it with the bands.
There it is, folks. The second upper brackets matchup, the semifinals, to determine which team will they face off against Team Hunters LFO. Starting off with the ban phase, it will be Kira Esports who will make a decision to ban out the Flores. On a map like Chalet, understandable. But what would be the response from Team Mercenaries' end? Would we see a Thatcher ban? Yes, it is. Thatcher will be banned on map Chalet, mainly because you can just disable those ADSs, gadgets, and Womize magnets with a single use of those EMPs right from that hallway itself, even if you place it on the roof or maybe at the right from outside the window side. So they don't want to face with that, and especially on defense. they have to make do with some other ways. Valkyrie will be banned. Information is king on a game of Rainbow Six Siege, and with her being banned, they have to figure out some other ways to, get information. Maybe bulletproof cams from the Melusi, or you could still bring in the Echo's yokai drones, but we don't get to see Echo being brought out a lot. Final ban from Kira Esports, they could ban in the Mira, but instead they would ban the Mira themselves. I thought we would see an Azami ban, but Mira is definitely understandable coming in, knowing that they have to go up against Team Mercenaries. But all in all, the wait is finally over, folks. It's Team Mercenaries on attack, Kira Esports on defense. The first map will be Chalet, which is a map picked by Kira Esports. So this is their ground for now, unless and until Mercenaries choose to find another way around, with the first site being on first floor kitchen and dining room.
Defenders,
So
protect your bombs from
let's
being
see
defeated by attackers.
which side will the team favor to.
Well, with the bans out of the way and the teams now laying out their format and groundwork on the site, let us have a look at both the rosters that are here in the lobby for us tonight. From the side of Mercenaries, we've got Hasib, MI7, Taha, Shinra facing off against his old team nonetheless, and Ayan. And from the side of Kira Esports, we've got Athurv, Shrisha, Vortex, Deathamer, and Vidwi. And I did not miss, anything when I said that Shinra is facing off against his old squad. He actually is. He used to play for Kira Esports up until as recently as Pro Series Summer Edition. But he switched rosters, and Mercenaries have picked him up. So this should be very interesting for both teams right now, as Mercenaries effectively have a sort of insider, to the Kira Esports mindset, technically speaking. And Kira Esports, meanwhile, they will definitely be very, very anxious to see how the Mercenaries roster plays with Avim, aka Shinra, in their roster. Deathamer, very aggressive, finds Hasib as the first kill as well. What a shot right there. That is going to be our opening kill of the night.
You could say that this team that we are seeing between Mercenaries and Kira Esports, there will be a lot of bad blood here, Jack. Especially with Shinra being on Mercenaries and Deathamer already ending up getting his first frag. This time taking out Hasib, but Deathamer gets caught out in the crossfires all the way towards second floor. Now Vortex, he also needs to be careful from the stairs as well, mainly because Shinra might go all the way upstairs because he's bringing in the Nook. Library control will be swarmed in from Mercenaries' side, which means there's no other way for the player Deathamer, even which he will be revived. But MI7 gets the important frag out, and that is a third taken off board.
Big one at that too. Athurv is known to be one of the main playmakers for the side of Kira Esports. So the fact that he's down is not going to be helping them too much. The attackers are advancing towards Piano now, slowly but surely marching onwards towards where the site could be. Vidwi's got a nice angle here, top of the table as well, watching the door, the balcony door that is, as the breach on second floor is taken care of. MI7 might have a gunfight here soon. Has to be very careful. Deployable cam will see the Twitch trying to make a play out of this. Going towards the door of Piano. Very weary of that line of sight that's been made into that same door, overlooking the door, as it were. Smoke is thrown, used up to take care of the Aruni Surya gate. Vidwi finds Taha. Big drop right there. As Vidwi takes a ton of damage, so does Ayan. They haven't cleared out second floor Piano side yet, and without that second floor, it's going to get harder and harder. But MI7 finally clears out Deathamer. One kill is done, as that should be second floor control going to these players. But the problem is Taha is down, and that means no hard breach. And that means entering the site just got that much harder. They could try to do a pincer from back in Sunroom, from the Sunroom stairs, Solarium stairs, that is. As you have a prone pick, Shinra is exactly pinging for that. That's the smoke's location as well. Ayan finds another. That's a Vidwi down. There's only so much time remaining. Shinra just runs into the site. Can he find one? Yes, he does. And now it's all down to the last players. MI7 coming around from Solarium stairs will get that kill as well. I did mention that these stairs will become important, and yes, they do end up becoming very important indeed. That round, what looked like Kira Esports might actually be able to pull off a very good and held defense in the late round, unfortunately did not go their way, as a pause has been called because of Shrisha's disconnect right at the beginning of the match. A little unfortunate right here, as we now wait for Shrisha to get back into the lobby and for the match to continue. A good start for Mercenaries, though, even though it was a little, shaky. They took a lot of time to get set up. And after they got set up, of course, they, shut everyone down. There was nothing to stop them from going straight in. But, you know, up until I would say the last 40 seconds of the map, 50, 40 seconds, it was a very even game between the two. So Kid Esports definitely have a good handle on how to keep their enemies away. But the problem is when Mercenaries decide that, okay, push has gone to shove, we need to get in there and really start applying that pressure, Kid Esports could not hold it off. They unfortunately folded, and they'll need to avoid that going into round two.
Kira Esports, they had an excellent start in the early rounds itself, especially when you saw Death Amar just perfectly reading out exactly when you saw the attackers just removing one of the barricades. He was constantly being pinged from the attack drones, but somehow he gets away with an early peek and falls back. This was a very aggressive start from Kira Esports. And then suddenly, when you saw one of the players, I believe it was Death Amar, who eventually did get downed out, they immediately gained control of library no matter what the consequences that mercenaries had in that scenario. They brought it back up, they removed players one by one, and even with Taha being eliminated, the Taha was playing as the Thermite at this point, he did succeed in removing both of the important reinforcement walls, which was heavily required for them to gain control. And because of that, MI7 did ended up getting those 3 kills, which in fact gave the entirety control of second floor. And then at the end, when they start to gain control on the side with only one of the players left on trophy room, we get to see MI7 just clear things off with the rest of the story. But that does not mean that MRCZ had a smooth run in the first round. Of course, they had a lot of difficulties, especially in the starting of the initial rounds. But the main problem is once they got covering those rounds. No matter if it's a 2v4, no matter if it's a 1v2 or a 1v3, mercenaries, they'd always come back no matter what. And this has to be concerning for Kira Esports, especially when they're on a very hefty lead. So that's the only thing that I have to, mention for Kira Esports if they got to figure out a way to, take out mercenaries.
Yeah, they definitely need to figure out something here because they're going to need to do exactly that, right? Mercenaries definitely will be, very happy about the fact that they've taken round one. Starting off, again, a little shakily. So, again, that's why they'll be pretty happy about that because there was a good moment in that round where it really looked like they would actually lose, given the way Kira was just hunkered down in their positions, but not to be for them. And of course, we will be moving into round number two. But again, as you can see, we're back to us here at the caster's desk. And that's because we're still waiting on Shrisha to come back. We'll let our viewers know of any new news about this as soon as we get them, of course. But overall, I gotta say, pretty good round one, but it doesn't leave us with much to say, right? Unless we get more action going in just a second here. And of course, that leaves us with a lot to just speculate about, all things considered. So, yeah, I mean, Chalet, it's been Mercenaries' overall domain, I would say. Hunters, of course, when they face off against the Mercenaries, then this map becomes Hunters' domain because every map is then Hunters' domain, right? So, as it were. But looks like we're going to have to just, wait for another couple of minutes, folks, while we wait for Shisha to rejoin. And as soon as he does, we'll go straight back into the match. Don't you worry. But all things considered, it should be a pretty nice time, shall we say, for all of us here at the Esports Club. Once we see this match and once we really get into the late rounds, map 2, maybe even map 3, it is a solid match that could potentially go to map 3. It has before. Mercenaries Kira matches have always been pretty entertaining, second only to Mercenaries Hunters matches, although recently that can be called into a bit of a debate, as it were. Mercenaries' recent record against Hunters, especially in BO5 finals, hasn't exactly been all that great. Summer Series was particularly harsh on the Mercenaries. So MRCZ, we'll have to see how they perform here, and we'll have to see if they can push out into upper bracket finals. Mind you, if they do, they'll be facing the Hunters again. And that, of course, means there's going to be a lot of traffic around that match. Oh my goodness. Hunters versus Mercenaries. Pre-finals, finals. Can you believe it? We've had it a couple of times before, of course, in upper bracket and in lower bracket. Actually, not in lower bracket, but we've had it in upper brackets before. So, you know, it's a thing, folks. And we'll see if we have that. But for now, we'll go straight back into the match as we have the reconnection and we have the players ready to go. And in just a second here, we'll be going right into the game. And that should, of course, mean that we'll be continuing with round number 2. So with all that said, Baba, it did seem the same site, right? Kitchen and dining. Yes, it is actually locked in. So
Defenders,
what are you
protect your bombs from
expecting
being
from
defused
Chalet
by
Sports
attackers.
defense? Are any changes that you want to see?
Changes, I believe mainly it
Attackers
has
have
to go
located
for
a bomb.
them not giving mercenaries the control on second floor. Try to stall them a lot of time. And then once they've reached a certain standpoint that Kira Esports would be more confident on holding their ground on the main site itself, then it would be a good idea to see whether if they could hold out, the push that Mercy is about to do it. Ending up getting early kills or two would help Kira Esports to
10
cement
seconds
their
remaining.
ground on the side first for dining and kitchen. But we saw how Mercenaries
seconds to go.
gain control on library, right? Even though they lost one of the players with a surprise attack from Death Armor, I'm pretty sure that Mercenaries would be careful on that aggressive attempt this time from Kira Esports. So it's exactly what's going to happen. Deployable shield, reinforcements, making sure that the attackers would have a tough time getting control on second floor. But all in all, in the action phase, this is will be able to determine whether if it is more than enough for Kira Esports to get this round win. And also of Shinra, who is in fact been swapped from Kira to Mercenaries, things will be a lot tougher. Deathamar, on the other hand, continues his own aggression, once again by taking out Hasib for the second time.
The exact same round start as the last. I don't know where the kill went off from the alibi right there. But Deathamar definitely getting Hasib is not going to be too good for Hasib personally because, he's probably not going to be too happy about the fact that he's gone down first again. So we'll have to wait and see how, the side of mercenaries react. Shinra, interestingly, by the main stairs above basement. There is somebody down below, so there is a reason for him to be here. And that is Vortex. The drone will have spotted that Melusi by now, forcing Vortex back. Shinra, of course, anticipating the fact that the Melusi will have fallen back by now. He's not going to do much in terms of emphasizing on basement. We have another push coming in from the front side right now. Piano hallway, I think. And wait, Shinra is actually right close to the site. If he manages to time this correctly, then there might be a big play at hand here by the Nook. All you gotta do is make sure you don't get caught out. Beautiful shot by MI7 to find a third as the second body of the round will fall. Question is, where's the mute? Shinra's still waiting, trying to give info to his teammates and trying to make sure that the timing on this push is absolutely tight.
Apparently, even with the recovery, not being able to get control on the site, with the breach not being able to be removed, is a tough choice for Mercenaries to get things back. And also, let's not forget, you still have Vortex all the way downstairs, creating a lot of distractions for Mercenaries. A lot of times invested around, 30 seconds left. Grenade attempt to see whether if he could remove the Electroclaw from the Kaid. That will, I believe, will succeed. No, it actually does not. The Electroclaw is still present, and that would cause a thorn in the back for Team Mercenaries. Nethammer gets away with yet another kill, this time removing MI7. And now, they just have to focus on the rest of the three players. Kira Esports, they've succeeded in wasting a lot of time, and Mercenaries, they are forced to make a push. Deathammer gets one more triple kill as he takes out Ayan. And Mercenaries, they don't have enough time. How did this happen? Mercenaries, on attack, they were always on point, especially when they only had 30 seconds left. They usually succeed in removing walls. They usually succeed in getting to the side. But Kira Esports, they have somehow found a way to keep Mercenaries at bay, and I'm actually surprised. Most of the rounds we've seen from Mercenaries, they do take their time efficiently, but on round number 2 it doesn't seem to be the case here, Jack.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
I mean, yeah, it's not that
Bomb
they,
located by
weren't
attackers.
efficient, it's just that they simply took too long. For, like, after, taking a third, right, and getting the trade in for the round, I was, like, for the longest time wondering, where are these guys? What are they doing? Because this is taking too long. This push from MercenarieZ slowly but surely boiling away the seconds until there really was nothing left and they couldn't do much because they had used up all of their time and gotten nowhere
10 seconds
off of so much utility. The second floor hold in Piano, Kid Esports definitely held off very well, and credit where credit is due, right? Absolutely. But my question is, like, what was the thinking there from MercenarieZ? Did they think that, oh, we'll just burn out the time and they'll get antsy and we'll be able to, finish them off? Because if that was the thinking, well, MercenarieZ have to snap out of it ASAP. That kind of thinking is not going to be helping them, not even in the slightest. As we move into round number 3, 1-1 is the score. We have the push coming on onto Library, starting off from the side of MercenarieZ, as is the case normally. We'll be finishing off the setup inside the site. Deathamer is the one on second floor with the Wamai and the magnets. A little bit of an odd toss right there. Should be cleaned up on. Wamai's position is now given away, and he'll just fall right back down into the site.
It's interesting to see that Mercenaries, they've not opted out to bring in the secondary EMP charge, which could have been useful to, disable those ADSs easily. But all in all, you still gotta make do what you gotta make do, and that would be the smoke grenades and the frag grenades from both Shinra and Ayan. One of them which will be used, I believe it did get caught off from the ADS. But MI7's option of bringing the Twitch and an aggressive attempt from Shinra is not quite a good idea for Mercenaries to be bringing it out. Let's not forget, Shinra not being able to win that gunfight will cement the ground on Library even much more further. The Summer Breeze charge is present, but MI7, he proves to be wondrous with the F2 weapon. A headshot to remove Vortex out, and another down from Athav's side with the help of MI7 and Deathamer. He needs to set things up right. He has lost a lot of control, and Deathamer brings it back up. 2v3, and it's just 2 players left for Mercenaries to bring this back. We've seen Mercenaries be in countless amount of situations like this. No matter what kind of situations or man-count disadvantage Mercenaries have, they usually bring it back up. And players like MI7 and Taha, they are still the dangerous players here. And for Kira, they've got to make sure that they would not make a single mistake, because if they did, then Mercenaries, they would take a whole lot of advantage out of all of that.
My question in all of that was, while the Wamai was the last one standing, okay, of it, we definitely not situationally aware of which area of the map he was on. But anyhow, my question in that entire situation with the Wamai was, where was the other players trying? Where was, like, a bedroom push? Or a push from, I don't know, anywhere else in the map? I don't know, it was just gone. But Taha still finds one more. It's all down to the Wamai, the last one standing. Taha's going for the plant. Is there protection? There is not in the hallway. The Wamai had just walked in. Taha had to fend for himself there because the Twitch had just gone off in their own adventure to try and get themselves the Wamai kill, not watching over the entry angle for the diffuser instead. As we have another disconnection in the meanwhile from the side of Kira Esports. And we've got another pause request from them. And yeah, I'm not entirely sure. It should be a rehost, I think. I'm not entirely versed in the meanwhile. But MercenarieZ 2-1 on the round count. Atharv was the one who disconnected. And a rehost will be called by Deathamer of Kira Esports. So we should be going into the rehost in just a second here. As right now we're going to be, just moving into round number 4. And yeah, round number 4. MercenarieZ pretty good on round 3, I will say. But again, initially, I'm not sure if letting Shinra go off in their own solo plays is a good idea. Because Shinra works really well when there's a team coordinating around him, right? And that's the fun part
Attacker's
about
objective
an
is to
aggressive entry fragger like Shinra. But of course, Shinra also likes to play the odd ops like Nook, like Sledge every now and again. This round seems like we've got a Ying being brought in as the final bits and pieces of this bar defense are being put into place by the side of Esports.
For Mercenaries, I don't know. I mean, for Kira Esports, though, that round number 3 was looking very confident from Deathhammer's side, but once they lost control on second floor, and although they had a lot of advantage when it comes to man count 2v3, Taha, he always succeeds the impossible. My god, does he do it in style. Now on round number 4, Kira Esports will start off this round with a major disadvantage as one of the players, Atharv, I believe, had a major disconnect, which in fact will not be available in round number 4. So a rehost will happen after round number 5. But for Mercenaries, though, they will not stop their aggressive attack push, which means that bring in Twitch will bring in a lot of favors. Shrisha will re-enable the Surya gates, which will force Mercenaries to use yet again one of their utilities to disable them. Proximity mines being used, but not a lot of reactions being made from Kira Esports' end. Now you see one of the roamers from Death Armor hoping that he would find a kill or two to see whether if he could equalize this man count as best as possible. But once you gave away the control on library, then the players who are currently holding down towards the side, aka Shrisha and Awidwi, I believe, who is currently playing near the side, will have a lot of issues, mainly because of a lot of angles being made around, and Vortex almost getting the shot off. It was a good attempt. Timing the Surya Gates' destruction, Vortex made an attempt to get a kill or two, but unfortunately it didn't quite work out well in his favor. But on the bright side, they're losing a lot of time. So you could say that Kira Esports have succeeded in wasting a lot of time, and this is looking pretty good for them here, Jack.
That they definitely have. Even if the players are alive on the side of Mercenaries, time is not on their side. And Shinra, the messy gunfight continues. Deathhammer will take a ton of damage in the meanwhile, but they still haven't gotten anywhere close to getting in the site. Second floor is yours, yes, but where is the emphasis on getting in? Where is the Ying? And why are they trying to push Mudroom instead of someone clearing it out? And somebody else, anyone who's not the Ying, should be going for that. Vortex finds MI7. Shrisha was down by the Twitch, playing right on the side door. But again, no one watching main stairs. Hasib gets the kill on one. Shrisha goes down as well. Hasib finds another. It should now all be down to Vortex, who gets taken down by Shinra. Okay, very messed up. Very, very messy push from the side of the attack here. As they just... Mercenaries, I do not feel like they should have won this. And if Kira had all 5 players available, they would not have as well. I will 100% agree on that front. Because your Ying is going through Mudroom. That should be someone else's area. Maybe the Iana, maybe the Nomad, whatever, They should be the one going in and trying to clear Mudroom, trying to clear stairs, excuse me. The Ying should be dropping in with Candelas down to the side, smokes off, plant on. But that's not what's happening, which is absolutely bizarre to me. A rehost coming, and admin request has also been sent in by the side of Kira Esports. It looks like they're having quite the technical difficulty here, which of course is not exactly great for them and for our viewers here at home, because it means we might be stuck here for a while, folks. Apologies for that, but just getting that out of the way right at the beginning. Now, Mercenaries, I have a lot to say about that attack push they did. It's just Mudroom is one thing, right? Sure, maybe you want to try to go in from the hallway angle with the Ying. Fine, it may or may not work. I'll give you that. But your Twitch is trying to push on the main side door, first floor bar door, right, from main lobby. 9 times out of 10, there'll be somebody flanking from below, right? In fact, Kira have shown multiple times that they like to have operators on the basement up until the very last second. We have not gone to second floor once so far. We've been on first floor for the first 4 rounds now. And there is no reason for Mercenaries to think that Kira will not have a player down below. They've normally had two players down below, or at the very least one. The Malusi or the Alibi has always been roaming below. So I don't know why they thought there wouldn't be any, because nobody was watching main stairs. Nobody was, claymoring anything off. As went back in.
Attackers need to
Plenty of
locate and
holes
defuse
in
bombs.
the Mercenaries attack, which has left them open to getting, taken out by Kid Esports. And I guess thankfully for the Mercenaries, their overall gun skill is really good at the time being, as they seem like they're... Okay, well, there goes Ayan in the meanwhile, and looks like we will finally be having a rehost, this time from the MRCZ side of things, folks. Once again, we'll get back to you on that in just a minute, and this is where Shusha's put down the Kaid Electrify. Okay, that's actually quite interesting. On basement, I don't think a lot of teams actually try that particular, shall we say, I wouldn't call it a stunt, I guess try that trick, shall we say. But in the meanwhile, yeah, again, the fact that Mercenaries are very much up and up on their gun and on their gunfight potential is good. That means they're on form today, but at the same time, their attack strategy, again, has left a lot to be desired, as Hasib will find Shrisha. That's a very early kill right there.
I'm guessing he got caught off while he was roaming from Snowmobile Garage. That's what I'm guessing at this point. And Hasib, being able to get that early peek would put Shrisha in a very bad spot. He unfortunately couldn't get to succeed most of his challenging gunfights, and Shinra, on the other hand, with the help of the information being given from the attack drones, will cause a lot of chaos from that site itself. The main cause of threat would be the Electric Claw, which is currently placed in a way that it will be difficult for Mercenaries to, disable that particular gadget. Even though if you do have the EMP impact that can disable it, you've got to be precise and you've got to know exactly where that gadget is, because the range of it is not that big. It's just 2.5 meters radius, or almost as 2.5 meters, I guess. It's not that accurate, but still, you've got to know the difference between the secondary EMP gadget and the EMPs that Thatcher has. Hasib, on the other hand, he gets 2 kills by succeeding in removing both the Death Armor and Shrisha, which means both of the roamers have been gone. And now Kira Esports, they are only left with 3 anchored operators, a Widby, a Thurv, and Vortex. A Thurv will be the one who will be roaming around the basement, just like Jack said, which means that Mercenaries, they have got the whole control of second floor, and they will make another way of getting control on trophies. Shinra sees one of the legs, but unfortunately couldn't get the full use of that vertical lines of sight. Now they got to focus on Solarium Stairs.
Solarium Stairs it will be, as the Solarium window being broken is going to be cause for concern for the smoke. Avidvi has to be careful. Their team, of course, is in the back foot right now. Turv might have somebody on top, but no, this angle, this time, is being watched by MI7, ironically enough. After all, MI7 was the one to die to that angle in the last round, and, well, them watching the angle has a certain level of irony to it that I will appreciate. Drone has spotted the smoke's location, giving away where Avidwi is. Shots will be fired towards them in just a second. Maybe even a grenade by the Iana, wherever they are, could come flying in. Hasib's taking a ton of damage on the stairs in the meanwhile, but there we go. 1-2 kills. It's all down to Avidwi now. And Shinra will shut them down nice and quickly. There we go. MRCZ, even with 1 player down, they have awoken. They've taken 3 rounds in a row, excuse me, as we go into round number 6, the last round of the first half. It looks like rehosts will not be necessary for now, as we have Ayan already back into the lobby.
Yep, welcome back, Ayan. 4v5, and yet Mercenaries ends up winning that round. Hasib ends up getting 3 important kills. Both of them was the roamers who were holding out the second floor. Death Amar and Shrisha. Shrisha getting picked out at the earliest amount of rounds have been given a lot of problems towards them. And this time, they won't be bringing the Kaid this time. Which means that removing the reinforcement wall will be even more easier for them. Even with the trick of the Electric Claw being placed right from the basement, technically, won't be working out too much from Kira's end. Although it would have been best if they could have brought in the Kaid, mainly because on round number 2, they did succeed in wasting a lot of time from Mercenaries. They didn't had the slightest idea on where that on where the Electroclaws would be, mainly because they didn't care about getting control on basement itself. There's just majority of Mercenaries' attack always focused on the second floor in order to get vertical lines of sight control, and also ensuring that they would have numerous amount of controls on the site itself with the help of that vertical line of sight being used from second floor office. But now, knowing that Mercenaries doesn't have to deal with the Electroclaws, they just have to deal with jammers, and of course, they don't have any EMP impacts as of now, just grenades and a total of 6 smoke grenades. 6 smoke grenades. I've seen 6 claymores, I've seen 12 breach charges, and now we can talk more about 6 smoke grenades too while I'm at it. Round number 6. I believe they would go in for a smoke execute once they breach in from the side. Who knows? But Shinra, on the other hand, he's way deep in the side. Scans are in, exactly finds out where Smoke's location is. Almost got to get the shot at that too, but a bit he stays alive. And on the bright side, he'll give away some information that the attackers from Mercenaries are slowly inching their way in towards the side. Good frag though from Atharv, removing Hasif off the board, which would give Kira Esports some breathing room in the second floor.
That's what, the third time now that Hasib has gone down as the first kill of the round. Probably cause for a little bit of concern for Hasib, so to speak. Ayan now wants to contest on second floor, as we have another player coming in to help as well in just a second here. Ayan could try and use one of the Yas charges. He's got 2 of them. There we go. As I say that, there we go. Shield will be taken care of. As Taha finds 1, MI7 finds another. Sudden drop in body count, as the advantage goes very sharply, the way of Mercenaries. They're trying to enter into the site. Here come the smokes. Another gas canister from Ovidvi might be on its way, but no, he's actually used up all of them. And that means the plant is anyone's game right now. And there we go. Taha's going to go straight in. It's in the doorway. I don't think they know. And Ovidvi's been covered because MI7 just walks in the breach. And that's going to be a post-plant 4v2, 4v1. Atharv, the last one standing. Where is the Jaeger in this situation? You gotta come back. Never mind, Ayan will clip him on the way back from second floor. That, of course, means we have a 5-1 first half. Regardless of which half, you go attack on, if you're 5-1 in the second half, I don't think even Chalet attack is going to be able to save you, because Mercenaries know this map in and out as they head to their defense in round 7.
Now I know why they had 6 smoke grenades. Now I had an idea.
Thinking ahead.
Yep. They knew exactly how to counter the smoke gas grenades by using a smoke grenade. Have you ever thought about countering the counter? Even Taha was so smart. There was like 3 smoke grenades. Both of them were just blocked from the doorways, and another from the literal doorway towards the first floor kitchen. And usually when you think that they'll be planting on default, it wasn't. Another smoke grenade was used to disable the ADS, which in fact Ayan had no problem dealing with the deployable shield. That round was perfect from Mercenaries. Although I wouldn't say the same thing for the past 5 rounds, but round number 6, that was a perfect execute from Mercenaries, and I wish to see them do more of those strategies more often, because the first half, it was looking a lot shaky from Mercenariez' end, right? Especially when, on round number 2, when Kira Esports had firm control and grip towards the side. Kira Esports, on the other hand, they are not looking good at all. Mainly because of how Death Armor usually gets the initial frags, but suddenly, MercenarieZ, they usually turn things back around and they just eliminate them one by one. Even if you are at a 2v3 or a 2v4 situation, Taha, MI7 or Hasib usually brings it back up. Shinra is more of like a wild card at this point. Go aggro or not go aggro, it's still, it has like a high risk, high reward. Either you end up getting all 2 kills or not get it at all, but you still have the backups. So Mercenaries, second half, they're on defense, and Kira being on attack. Death Armor brings in the Kebi this time. Calls and impact EMPs. Calls will come in. Oh no. Oh no. Atsar. Oh
Okay
no.
then.
No.
That can be classed as a bit of a self-report right there, Atarv. Not sure what you were going for there. Ion goes down.
Cook grenade
in
attempt?
The meanwhile,
Cook nade
whatever it
attempt.
was, Atarv was the one who got cooked in the end. Vortex will find MI7 in the meanwhile. A couple of very important kills coming off, mind you. Kira have lost a body, but the only reason for that is, of course, a bit of a mistake. Trisha taking even more damage right now, but Taha finding that kill. Finally, a body taken back in return. 3v3. As Taha, gotta be careful on where you're going, my guy. There's one on Solarium window as well. I'm not sure if Taha's aware of this. Shin in the meanwhile trying to find any flares out by the front door. Beautiful shot.
Okay.
That's Taha. That's Deathamar gone. And that means we've got ourselves into 2v3. Vortex and Avidvi have to recover the diffuser. They have to try and get these kills. As Vortex is already in, coming up Sunroom stairs, but the barbed wire will be giving away his position. Unless he's doing that intentionally. There goes a smoke grenade. The site is above, mind you. And they're down here trying to find any stragglers on the first floor. As they need to get up there. But the problem is there's one player with a shotgun facing down the stairs right now. And look at that. Hasib more than happy to run the fade. And Vortex goes down. It's all up to the Twitch. Avidvi, who finds one. Oh no, the Claymore gets another. This should be the kill of Hasib. Yes, it is. Nearly threw the round away there, MRCZ. I'm not gonna lie. But Hasib was there to hold it down and anchored them to the victory. The ship was literally falling apart, I'll tell you what. Thankfully, they had Hasib there. As another round goes to Mercenaries, and they are now 6-1. One round away from winning map 1.
6-1. Round number 7 defense in their hands. And I believe a pause might be requested or maybe a rehost. No, they want to continue this 4v5. Why not? Even if the ship does ended up sinking, you could repair it with the power of friendship.
I have.
You know what? I take it back. I take it back.
I have no words. The fact that you would utter that phrase, Baba. Nah. Okay? Nah.
I mean, friendship do fix a lot of ships, Jack. Come on, it's a truth fact, you know.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
By the power of friendship, anything can happen. But although it cannot fix Kira Esports, though, mainly especially on map number 1 Chalet, winning 5 attack rounds back to back will definitely be a pain for them. Especially the way how Mercenaries have been, you know, destroying them one by one. Even though you could say on the bright side it is a 4v5 major disadvantage, but we've seen Mercenaries win a 4v5 round before, right?
We have, yeah, you're correct on that. They won a 45 a few rounds ago, in fact. It wasn't even all that far back ago.
Although seeing Mercenaries be on match point to Kira Esports, they have got to be careful about this. On the bright side, they're currently in towards trophy room. They don't want to waste any time at all, but the side is on first floor bar and gaming room. Usually you'd see players gain control on second floor library, but Kira Esports, they want to go a very long way. That is all the way towards Solarium stairs. And then slowly make it up towards the side itself. Which means that library won't be contested at all, except the place where Blue Stairs has been holding off to. That would be, I believe, Shinra or maybe Hasib, who's currently playing with the deployable shield. Yeah, it's Shinra, currently playing all the way towards Blue Stairs. And now, Kira Esports, what would be your response? How will you take care of Shinra? Well, with this classic use of 3 flashbangs and a frag grenade to destroy one, and Deathammer succeeds with the frag, and this time he gets to take out Hasib.
That's a big one right there. The Frost going down first as well, of course. That will always be an amazing thing for the side of the attacking team, because we've seen Frosts be weirdly, how should I put this? Weirdly effective on this map with their gun. Not just the Frost mats. Frost mats have always been effective, but with their guns as well. I don't know why. The 9mm C1 has just had this weird effect where it just seems to catch people in, just weird, awkward positions. As in the meanwhile, MI7 will find Deathammer. That's a big drop right there. Another potential. Yes, it is. Ion finds a Vidwi. Makes it a 3v3. They had to do all of that just to equalize. More shots are fired, but MI7 will survive for the time being. 20 seconds remain. The push has to happen. MI7 is doggedly watching the hatch, as in the meanwhile, Trisha gets one more. MI7 pushing out into the hallway. There's going to be one here. Gets down, gets killed. It's a 1v3 now. All down to Ian, but no! That's the diffuser drop! But no! Crossing into bar, unaware of where the Nomad was going to go. And the round will just barely go to Kira Esports. Again, one of those rounds where had, the final player, the fifth, been available, there was no way Kira was winning this one. But they will go into a 2-6. They have to win 4 more rounds total to push for overtime just to be able to win map 1. And mind you, they were the ones to bring MercenarieZ to Chalet.
Yeah, one round attack won by Kira. 4 more rounds to go.
Locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Can this happen though on map Chalet? Let's not forget, this is a map picked by Kira Esports, so ending, especially in the first half, ending on a 5-1 score line is not a good way for Kira Esports to be losing this momentum. But all in all, second half, this is do or die for Kira Esports. If they mess it up, they will lose map number 1. And in map number 2, things will be even much more tougher, mainly because it's a map being picked by Team MercenarieZ, and that map is Villa. Oh, jeez.
5 seconds left before insertion. Attackers are heading out to defuse the bomb.
These maps are going to be, quite difficult in all consideration for, for Kira Esports. 4 rounds just to push for overtime, and that's not even a guaranteed win in the map. And then you have to go to Villa, where MercenarieZ are absolutely going to be looking to stomp all over the show. So, Kira's got a lot of work ahead of them. Astaha, position given away, needs to fall back. This movement is interesting, to say the least. Very, very jittery. Not the player, just kind of the expression, jittery, kind of
The feeling.
moving all over the place, very quickly. A third will find Hasib. How many times has Hasib gone down first by now? A few too many times, I feel like, as more shots will be fired, but a Vidwi will find Ayan in the meanwhile. What is happening? Shinra comes around, finds another kill. That's a Vidwi gone. And 1 kill will be taken in return for the 2 that have dropped just now. Potentially 1 more. Shinra saw many players towards the bedroom side. And that call-out will be invaluable as MercenarieZ once again have to brace for Kira Esports.
Yep, slow and steady as Kira Esports are trying to gain their momentum, especially with Shinra, who's currently all the way towards Library's side. A lot of gunfights been happening around, and yet MercenarieZ are starting to have a lot of problems. No, Deathammer! He threw a drone at the wrong place at the wrong time. C4 attempt all the way towards the breach. Won't be able to find the kill nonetheless. Equalizer is present, 3-3. Hard breach is not present. Awidby was there with the secondary hard breach, but with him not being available, they have to make do without it, which means opening up the wall towards second floor office is a no-go. Atharv is still trying to contest one particular angle. Code grenade for success. MI7 is far away from the reach, and he has to go mano-a-mano. He loses the gunfight to MI7, so does Shinra, which means that it's Srisha left to clutch this 1v3. He will succeed in downing Shinra out. Confirms the kill. Only has 45 seconds left. And in that 45 seconds, he needs to figure out a way to at least remove one player out, but and also make sure that he wouldn't get traded out in the process, which in fact will be a tough challenge for Srisha. It's still
Hmm.
a possibility. All he's got to do is just find the head of one of the defenders, but no,
Nope.
that is not going to happen. And in the end, it's a certified aha moment for Team Mercenaries as they will win 7-2 on map Chalet. I mean, yeah, I mean, you see what I did there? This certified aha moment mainly because it's Taha who get the early frags. Anywho,
Oh.
Mercenary
Get it at
to
first. Okay,
mhm,
then.
7-2. Yeah, I
Seven
don't
two
have
and the
anything more to say
one
from
zero
Kira
two.
Esports. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't either. I understand why he had to make the pun because we got to talk about something. I'm just kidding, of
Hmm.
course. But yeah, Kira really didn't give us much to talk about. Just kind of messy, uncoordinated, disjointed. I think those are the words I'd use to describe Kira Esports here today, folks. As they've been less than stellar, I think, is what we can all agree on. And yeah, we'll be going into map number 2 with MRCZ already up 1-0. And mind you, Mercedes themselves didn't exactly play all too well. They were a little bit messy, but sometimes a little disjointed, but overall they coordinated it pretty well. And some of the rounds that we saw were genuinely some really good rounds. So, all things considered, not bad. Not bad from Mercenaries. Definitely can be better. But Kid Esports, on the other hand, again, even on 4v5 rounds, I mean, come on, guys, you've got a clear cut advantage there. You could at least pull ahead in those rounds. As we go into the highlights to talk a little bit more about what we saw from both teams in the match, the one thing I will say, and the last thing I will say about this is Hasib will probably be playing a bit on the back foot from next map because I think Hasib's died, what, 4 times as
Four
entry
times to a
kill
third.
today. Yeah,
To a
not just
third.
to a third,
Four
but the four
times.
times as entry kill, right? So yeah, like first kill has definitely not been Hasib's forte today. Hasib's had a pretty good game, all things considered, right? I think they've ended close to
Hmm.
what, 10, 9, 10 kills, right? So just a pretty good map overall. But entry, you gotta be a little bit careful on the entry there, Hasib. Everything else is, spot on.
For Kira, though, second round, I gotta appreciate the way how they've held down their ground, mainly because they did surprise me on the way how they did held out Mercenaries for more than how much 2 to 3 minutes. They only had 10 seconds, and somehow Kira Esports managed to force Mercenaries to have absolutely no idea on how to proceed into a site. That was how strong that electrical placement was from Shisha, and I've got to admire that. But what happened to the rest of the rounds was uh, not at all commendable from Kira Esports' end. And Mercenaries, I could say the same to them. First half, there was some certain attack rounds where it didn't quite work out well in their favor, but they did eventually pick it back up on round number 6, providing an absolute great execute. Let's take a look at the match summary itself. Let's see who is on the top of the leaderboards. On the side of both Kira Esports and Mercenaries, it will be none other than MI7, 12 kills, 80% cost. And then on the side of Team Kira Esports, we have Death Armor succeeding with 3 initial frags. We all know who that 3 initial frags is at the hands of Hasib. 50% cost, 60% cost from Awidby as he gets 5 kills, and Shindra being on the second place for Mercenaries, 7 kills and 80% cost.
Pretty decent outing overall. So let's have a look at the maps, folks, where we stand so far in terms of results on each given map. There we go. 7-2 on a Chalet to MRCZ. Villa, their own map pick. They'll be going attack first there as well. As Kid Sports, they were the ones to pick the side on Villa, and they have chosen to go to defense. So they want to get done with the defensive rounds first. They might have something of an idea on how to play around on the map of Villa. We'll have to see what they have in store for us, folks. But at the same time, MRCZ, we know for a fact that their Villa is also pretty good. Not as good as Chalet, maybe, but still pretty good overall. So, with all of that being said, Map number 1, Chalet, has ended in a 7-2 to the side of MRCZ. A pretty quick map, all things considered. Only one major tech pause that needed to be taken, which is always a good thing. And we'll be taking a quick short break before we come back with map number 2, Villa, to see whether or not this BO3 ends or continues to map 3. Until then, stay tuned.
way.
All right, then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Esports Club Pro Series Fall Edition for Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, and our broadcast partner, Loco. I'm your host, Blackjack. Joining me is my co-host, Babagusta, as we are back once again, this time for Upper Bracket Round 2, Match 2, Esports versus MercenarieZ. We've just had map number 1 in this set, shall we say, where MercenarieZ took a 7-2 win over Esports. Kira were the ones to take MercenarieZ to Chalet in the first place. Now, MRCZ, they've brought out Villa with MercenarieZ attacking first, Kira choosing to go defense first on this map. Unfortunately, today, Kira looking a little less than ideal in terms of their form and condition. Babagusta, what do you think? Can they stage a comeback on Villa?
Well, Jack, I gotta agree with you. Kira Esports, they weren't in best of terms on map Chalet. Ending the first map on a 7-2, I don't know what's gonna happen on map number 2 Villa. Although I could have some hopes towards Kira Esports, but especially ending things off on a 7-2 with a performance like that, I don't know what will happen on Villa. But let's see what kind of bans do we get to see on Villa and see if Kira Esports can bring it back up. Put us to decider map number 3, which will be on Skyscraper. But for now, focusing on the task at hand. The first attacker ban from Kira Esports will be the Flores. MRCZ, will they go in for the same ban? Thatcher, yes, they will. They won't change when it comes to the bans. And also on the defender side, too. Maybe a Valkyrie or a Mira, which has been banned most of the times on defense. But we've seen other defensive bans too, with the rise of Azami being banned a lot, mainly because of how great you can provide your own covers, have good sights, and patch up most of your reinforcements with that. But for now, it's just the usual standard bans. Valkyrie and Thatcher banned most of the time from the side of Team MercenarieZ. Flores on attack, and on defense, I'm pretty much sure that it will be the Mira. No, it will be the Azami being banned on map Villa. She is strong, of course, so with her not being available, the defenders needs to make do with other kind of operators. So maybe we could see a Goyo being picked a lot. Maybe it can happen, maybe it does not. But we'll get to see with the first site, where Kira Esports will be defending on second floor Aviators and Games Room.
No real surprises on that, but a very sudden pause request from the side of the MercenarieZ roster right there. No, not MercenarieZ, excuse me, from the it was MercenarieZ roster, right? I had it right. I don't know.
Yeah, it
I've
was
done this a
MercenarieZ,
couple
yeah.
times today. Yeah, I've done this a couple times today, where I say the correct thing first, and then I try to correct myself, and I make it wrong. I don't know why. My brain is hit
Correctception,
exam mode,
as I'd like to call it. It's like you
Abs-
think you're wrong, but then you come back and you realize, wait, I was right all along.
I was right. Yeah, I was correct.
Who
the first
changed
time.
my
What even
idea? Who changed
Okay,
my
maybe not
idea?
that.
Huh?
But Baba, like you said, we might see the Goyo. We are going to be seeing the Goyo. In fact, no Mira from the Kira Esports side right here, as they will choose not to go for that operator just yet, for going the Black Mirrors for, of course, the Goyo Vulcan canisters. With all that being said, round 1 is now underway, as MercenarieZ attack has to now figure out exactly what to expect and how to counter it.
Yep, with the action phase coming into play, we see a lot of nice lines of sight being used from Kira Esports, especially all the way towards the entrance of Map Villa. But other than that, necessary utilities when it comes to information, the bulletproof cams will be very helpful to get some major information towards study room. Now, currently, we see Kira Esports scanning the entire defensive cam, see exactly where MercenarieZ have planned their attack, and that will be all the way towards the fountain. Shinra, on the other hand, will make his way all the way towards laundry and then in towards kitchen to find one of the players who are currently holding on towards the stairs itself. And the rest of the players, they will do what they will make do into a second floor, see if they can cause a distraction more than enough so that they can remove players one by one. And I believe a yellow ping will be made, is to say exactly that Shinra's location has been compromised. Let's see how MercenarieZ goes well to this accordingly.
That's the question, isn't it? Will Mercenaries be able to figure out that some of their positions may or may not have been given away as Deathhammer finds the first kill? Okay, I thought it was going to be the Jaeger, but no, it's the Alibi. Ion goes down, but MI7 finds the Jaeger. That is a turf. Off the board, drone out as the Siege joins the Twitch. Deathhammer very close to death and definitely, unfortunately, going down. Unfortunately for Kira, that is. There's another one. As Shinra, oh, not knowing where the Melusi was, Vortex takes down another operator. There's two down below, interestingly enough. I think they're trying to go for a C4 play around abouts here, as with a minute remaining, Mercenaries' attack is shifting focus. They've cleared out 90, and they're now going to get the breach done on the vault. That way they'll have a site entry. The Goyo down below still has a C4, mind you, the only C4 in play, but it could be majorly impactful if, of course, the attackers, excuse me, do not clear it out somehow. Vortex goes down. Taha taking another kill here. Shrisha staying down here by the second is putting more and more pressure on Avidwi as the first gas canister goes out, and the breach on vault should be coming up very shortly.
C4 is still available for the defenders. All they need is just vital information in towards study. Even though if they do decide to go in for a default plant in towards the games room, they will be caught out. But there's a different amount of idea that MRC is going to do, and turns out it's not working out. Avidwi gets one C4 attempt, not working out at that too. 1v2 attempt. Taha has got the mainstays covered. Shrisha in a bit of a big trouble. 1v1 and MI7 needs to get the right time. They even have the information, but not a lot of time left. Post plant, 40 seconds. MI7 barely managing to survive the Vector SMG bullets. And now things are not looking too good, mainly because they have a lot of information from it, but doesn't seem to get the shot. Shrisha, second opportunity being missed, and now the timer ticks down to 20. He needs at least a minimum of 6 seconds, and MI7 wins it. Oh no. Oh boy, Shrisha, he was this close to getting that win on round number 1. But unfortunate circumstances will lead to MI7 winning the first round and giving it for Team Mercenaries. What a close round for Kira Esports. But man, this was a tough pill to swallow for Kira.
And it's losses like these that will affect their mental game a lot more, right? Taha, unfortunately, disconnecting. And again, probably one of the worst times. They couldn't even go for the pause. So rehost will be in play. It is what it is, folks. So once again, just like map number 1, we're going to have a, rehost, a little bit of a pause right after the initial round. But I would like to say a couple things here. First of all, that MRCZ winning the round, especially in that 1v1 scenario, one, it would have been very tense for them, and they'll be very happy to have just gotten away with a round like that, right? They'll be very, very happy, very pleased with themselves that they actually managed that round. But most importantly, they'll be, not exactly too happy. Kira Esports, that is, won't exactly be too happy about that. Rounds like these, where it becomes so close, and yet you're not able to push over the edge to the victory, these are the ones that affect your mental game arguably the most, right? Sure, getting flawless on any given round against by your enemies, yeah, it doesn't feel great, don't get me wrong, and losing a map, of course, doesn't feel great either. But when you're this close to victory, right, this close, and then you don't get that, you don't get the W, well, that kind of just hurts a lot more, right? Because it feels like we've done so much, we did everything that we possibly could have, and we still didn't get it. What does that mean really for us as a roster? Where are we stuck because of this? Well, as it turns out, they're not going to be too happy about their current situation, as it were, and we'll have to see about their next few rounds. Again, in the rehost right now, folks, we'll have to wait for just a few minutes here, and once we are back from the rehost, we'll be able to figure out exactly how the next few rounds will go here.
Next few rounds will be a huge pain for Kira Esports, that is for sure. Especially losing the first round like that. The C4 was mainly used to, mainly used in study room where there was an attempt being made from Shisha's end. Couldn't get the kill right properly, even with them having the information thanks to the bulletproof cams. He did eventually get the kill. It was 1v1. They even had good information on the site as well. You even saw a red ping from the site. And not being able to convert that information into kill would really put Kira Esports in a very bad state right now. Especially their mental game would not look good. And hopefully with the rehost which has been requested from MercenarieZ and should help to sort things out for both MercenarieZ as well as Kira Esports. MercenarieZ on the other hand have to fix on their connectivity issues, whereas Kira Esports, they can take a little bit of a break, try to talk things out, make sure that every single player on the side of Kira Esports are calmed enough not to make any irrational decisions, and ensure that every single time when they try to coordinate those attacks, it would be as best as possible. So Kira Esports and Mercenaries, they've had ample amount of time, but we need to ensure that they would, come back to the game as soon as possible. We have tactical timeouts. Mercenaries and Kira Esports could make good use of those tactical timeouts, which has a total of a minute and 30 seconds. They could use it. And we haven't seen a single tactical timeout being used on any one of the matches that we've casted in Pro Series Fall, except one where we had Phalanx, in which they did confuse for a pause timer and tactical timeout. Eventually, they did use it once, but it was mainly used for connectivity issues, but not for, just specifically used as tactical timeout, right? You'd use it to have a discussion with the teams, you'd have a discussion with the coaches. I mean, if is there a coach for Team Mercenaries and Hunters LF5? Yeah, there is a coach for Hunters LF4. But yeah, tactical timeouts are mainly used specifically because of that. But like I said, we haven't seen a lot of that being put to use on most of the teams here currently for MRCZ, Hunters LF4. Maybe we could see it on Grand Finals. I mean, we've seen a lot tactical timeouts in the summer series. Actually, no, on summer series. Summer series was the second, right? Spring was the first. So all in all, back to the game as we are talking about from Kira Esports' end. Not being able to win the first sight, although they might have lost the momentum, they still have a lot more rounds to go, right? MRCZ, they're not out of this just yet. Of course, they won map number one on a 7-2 score line, but still, Kira Esports can bring this back if they stop making those mistakes like they did on Chalet. There was a lot of challenging gunfights where Mercenaries weren't supposed to win, and they did end up winning those rounds anyway. Maybe there has to be something related to the uh, the gunfights in which most of the players are having a lot of issues with, or are they having problems when it comes to coordinating those trade games, which usually happens on both Kira and Mercenaries' side. I have no idea. But talk about the two teams of currently who is very well known in the South APAC region. Seeing Kira Esports be in this state really makes my heart break, Jack. Especially, I mean, 7-1, 7-0. I'm sorry about this, Kira, but this is not a good way to to be losing such important gunfights like this.
Yeah, that much is very true. I have to agree with you on that one. It's not particularly great that QA Sports seems to be losing rounds like this. They will have to figure something out. I'm not entirely sure what. But there were many rounds in the last game as well that they actually took pretty close, but they simply were not able to, I don't know, do anything about it really. They just kind of folded and kept folding for most of the rounds. One of the rounds they took was a 4v5 where Mercenaries had a disconnect as well early on in the round. The other round, of course, back in what was it, round number one or two? Forget exactly. Let me check that. It
It was
was
round
round number
number
two. Yeah,
five. Round number five, where they had a 4v5 and Mercenaries won that round, right? Round
I'm
number
not
two
talking
was
about
where.
Mercenaries winning.
Oh, yeah, I was talking about. Yeah, you were talking about Kira.
I
Yeah,
was
my
talking about
bad, my
Kira
bad.
winning rounds.
Mm,
Round eight was the 4v5 that I specified, of course.
correct
But round
section.
two was the one that Kira won. Kira won that entire round. That was an entire fair round, right? Fair round,
Hmm.
basically.
Yeah.
All players were present and all the stuff, right? It came pretty close, but that was one of the only few rounds that actually came kind of close. And MRCZ honestly should have won the round. Now that I think back at it, but they were still waking up to what the map would have been and all that stuff. So first one, folks, don't worry. As soon as we get any updates about the game, we'll let all of you know as well. As we ourselves, of course, we're just the messengers here. So, you know the saying, don't shoot the messenger. We're just
Don't
here to
shoot the
let our
messenger.
viewers know what's going on. And currently, we don't know what's going on. Hopefully, the match can go back live very soon. We know the the whole thing. Start the game already, casters. But it's not up to us, guys. Come on. If it were up to us, trust me, there would be no game. So, yeah. Uh, let's just get that out of the way. But jokes aside, of course, looks like we have the match ready, folks. So we're going to be going back into the game right here, right now, in just a short while, that is, as everything is set back up. All the players are in, so let's go back to round number 2, which will be between Mercenaries and Chalet Esports. MRCZ already having taken one round. Chalet Esports looking to equalize early on.
This time they'll have a different site for them to defend, trophy and statuary room. And Vortex will bring in the Mira this time. Should be helpful for second floor statuary room. And also maybe on second floor aviators if they do decide to anchor the site. Man, if they have to, make up their mistakes, it has got to be now. They cannot afford to make a lot of losses. And especially losing the first map on a 7-2, I expect Kira Esports to make better performance on round number 2 as well, especially on the side second floor trophy and statuary room. But for Mercenaries, apparently I don't see Mercenaries making a lot of problems on the first round. But let's see how well this will turn out on round number 2. You have some changes in the operators. Actually, no, there's not a lot of changes in the operators on the attackers. The defenders, slightly a bit different. You have Shrisha with the Castle Armor panel, and also you have the Vortex Mira Virus, which would help them to at least gain good momentum in towards the second floor statuary room. Ample amount of control. Vortex removes the barricade in order to give a lot of protection from the window side, but it's best for him to just fall back and go back to their stations, ensure that they can hold their ground, hold their fortifications. And with it, I just heard one of the mirrors being destroyed from the shock drones. That is not good.
Increasing our defenses. Defense is online.
All right, then. Round number 2, as Vidvi is going to be down first. Shinra finds Vortex. In the meanwhile, we saw, the down, and then through the down player's perspective, we saw the Mira rise up to try and find something, but nothing happened. Shrisha now peeking in the closet. We'll be able to find one. Barely gets... No, doesn't get away with his life. I was going to say. It's all down to a third. The last one standing gets the down on Shinra. Isn't able to confirm the kill. Trying to go around towards game room, but there's one on the Astro Rotate, and that's Ayan to take the kill. Very fast from MRCZ this time. They really wasted no time getting in there and shutting everything down, as round 2 will go their way, and Kira Esports once again kind of just folding over, trying to defend the site. Not sure what happened there. Why Avidwi was even peeking a window that you really shouldn't be peeking, just in general, because the only way to get down there would be to peek bedroom window, right? And then Vortex going down in that awkward position, sitting next to the down player. I'm not sure what they were trying to do there, but, well, whatever it was, it didn't work out, as we're back to Aviator Games Room.
Just as I heard the shock drone removing the mirrors, I was like, no, that is... They even took a lot of time in the action phase to complete their setup. They had to remove the castle armor panel from the window side, place it on the 2 windows that has been situated from second floor trophy, so they could have a stronger hold on that place. Turns out, they immediately lost control when they heard a Twitch's shock drone destroying the mirror. There was no mute present with the jammers. They didn't even focus on removing one of the important attack drones. The shock drone just went into the site, removed the mirror, and next thing you know, MercenarieZ just won the round without facing any repercussions or issues. Round number 3 this time. Death Hammer, aggressive attempt. This time won't be able to get any kills as of now. So at this point, MercenarieZ will know for the fact that there will be some roam presence being made. So they are left with the decision on either if they have to catch the roamers or just head on blindly towards the side, which is in fact left with their decision. A lot of grenades being used. Actually, yeah, this is the first cooked grenade and a first kill this time from Ayan. As Vortex goes down, a third comes back with a refrag. Hasib will be eliminated, equalize it to a 4v4. Now chaos suits to happen in towards the first floor. A third gets detected from the attack drones, and now he's got to be patient, cautious, and attentive, making sure that he doesn't get picked out from MercenarieZ, because if he does, then MercenarieZ, they'll have the entire first control in their hands and having that major advantage, knowing that he's all by himself.
Well, right now, Deathamer just on the prowl once again towards the trophy statuary side of things. Holding the hatch as the MercenarieZ attack has to now find this alibi potentially. Deathamer falling down to the first floor. Shrisha taking a bit of damage. That's a grenade from below, but not enough to get the Goyo out of here. One of the Goyos will be popped in the meanwhile, as Deathamer's coming around to try and find a couple of those attackers that are downstairs. If they're not careful, this alibi could catch them by surprise. There is a Nook coming up close, and oh dear me, Shinra unaware of where the alibi was, so unfortunately, can't really say much about that. A third finding Ion in the meanwhile. Looks like MercenarieZ might not be, particularly well coordinated for this one, as more and more things are being spotted out by the Twiz. But it's down to MI7 and Taha, the two French operators, as it were, for this attack. It's a 2v4 as well. And with the Monty, yeah, I'm not really sure how far they're really going to be able to push this. Sna's going to push up off of the smoke grenade, but that's about it. That's really all they're going to be able to do here. Shots are fired. Gets one. Excuse me? Smoke?
What is
Smoke?
happening?
Smoke?
What?
A Vidwi? Someone come pick me up. I'm scared.
How? I think I need to book my flight to Kolkata right now to pick you up, Jack. What was that? I mean, what was that, Awidwe?
Locate and defuse bombs.
Where? Why? How can you miss that many shots with a shotgun? Your target is Monty, a literal walking mountain. His shield wasn't even facing you for that long. He didn't even do any damage until the headshot.
And best part about it, Jack,
Seconds left before
he was
insertion.
ADS'd. He was ADS'd.
Oh 5 seconds.
The Montaigne was ADS'd, and somehow all of the shotgun pellets reached
Locate a bomb and defuse.
at the shield.
I don't even know if they hit the shield. I don't think anything hit. I think a couple of them hit the shield, yeah. But, I don't think anything else hit. I'll be honest with you. And, you could say that maybe, Avidwi was hitting the table, but, nah, man. Avidwi was actually shooting into thin air because there was no table for, 5 out of the 8 shots that shotgun packs. My brain is very close to just straight up shutting down, folks. But anyhow, let's get past that really quickly. Round number 4.
All right, round number 4. Kira Esports finally managing to win their first round of defense. On round number 3, Awidwi, you've got to be careful on the windows once again, because there's one player apparently doing an inverted rappel from the window. I believe that has to be Ayan. Astronomy is currently being compromised, and it's best for him to take best control of the situation, or else MercenarieZ, once they get the hang of Astronomy, then that is just all over. Shinra starts it off with a bang as he takes out Shrisha. A refrag would come in from Death Armor. Turb, on the other hand, an attempt for a run out all the way towards the window, hoping that he would find one of the players repelled in towards the window side. Unfortunately, he won't be able to find one as of now. A lot of players currently in towards the second floor. One repelling from the window side. The Banshee will be destroyed. And now, Main problem of it all is what would MercenarieZ would do with his execute. Grenades being thrown around to destroy the deployable shield, and he gets destroyed with it. 4v3, a thumbs down, Vortex all by himself into a second floor statuary room. Kira Esports, what is happening, guys? Just 2 players left. Both of them are currently playing in towards the side. How can they defend when you have all 3 players in which they have total access towards astronomy, and now they're slowly making their way in towards the side with heavy weaponry. Vortex, not a lot of good HP left, but we will see Deathamar get 1, 2, 3. MI7 and Taha goes out, and now it's just Ayan and Asib who needs to bring this back up, and I believe that is not going to happen. MercenarieZ succeed round number 4. What a night, huh, Jack? 9:42 p.m. and I'm not gonna lie, the plays that I'm seeing from both MercenarieZ and Kira Esports, they're a little out of place.
The best part. You know the best part, right? I just have some light music on in my playlist in the background, right? Just just to chill in the moments back. I actually forgot to turn it off, right? So the playlist has just been going on, and I've been casting with music in my head. And my playlist decides, you know what? Let's play some Rick Astley. The best time to get rickrolled by your own music playlist, folks. That is not
first things first.
I'm not even making it up. I didn't set it up like this. I always let my playlist rock, right? Whatever the algorithm gods have in store for me. And it decided, let's go back to the 80s. 3-1 to MercenarieZ right now, as round 5 will come into play. We're going back to Trophy Statuary once again, folks. And yeah, MercenarieZ. Okay, so let's be real here. They've had a couple of very messy rounds. That last round, the take into Astra was very messy, and Deathamar very nearly finished all of them off because nobody was watching the actual breach that was being made. There's a long shot and a half, a third. Yeah, I was gonna say, don't know if you want to take this gunfight, my guy, as they will fall back, trying to take the fight towards the red carpet stairs window. Here's the drone being thrown instead, but we'll have to just fall back on the stairs, stay alive for the rest of the round, because that's what Kira Esports need. They need players alive for the remainder of the round.
This round will be so crucial for Kira Esports. If they cannot bring this back, then MercenarieZ, they have control of the situation even on second half too. Although their attack has been a bit shaky on both Chalet in the first half and also on Villa first half too, bringing in Monty and Shinra with the OSA will at least give them some information, but converting those information into a secure post plant, that would be a different topic altogether. Shrisha, on the other hand, definitely use his magnet nades to prevent any utilities being used. EMPs to open up lines of sight and an entryway towards second floor statue. Also, you have those mute jammers to deny a lot of information towards the side, which is in fact will help them a lot of chances and opportunities for Kira Esports to hold better on their ground. Oh! That was a good one tap though from a third, not gonna lie. All the way towards trophy. Inverted repel from Astro window. That shot was amazing. I'm not gonna lie.
That really was. Avidvi down below with the C4, but no, does not hit his mark and gets taken down right before. Deathamar once again, beautiful shot, this time with the open wall, at least half wall open. Shots are fired once again. The Twitch will win the gunfight this time. Shrisha goes down. It's down to the 3v3 between the two sides at the minute. MI7 is DBNO, but can be picked up. Shinra just needs to cross over the bathroom and get the Twitch back up and running, but no, there's going to be a peek, and Vortex is seen. There we go, punished immediately for being too greedy. The Monty giving away intel left, right, and center, and there's the revive already done. Deathamar, gotta be careful on the positioning right now, right on the door to Astro, behind a shield no less. Do they know where the Twitch is? No, they don't. They should see them now. Shinra goes down the meanwhile. Oh dear, made some Monty alone. This is not all that good but we might not have
10
anybody
seconds
peeking the
left.
Montaigne, to be perfectly honest. Secondary heartbreak charge. Not really sure what's going on there. The Monty's just gonna push in a very messy situation, trying to get at the very least one, but no. Again, Akira will take the round. It's just a, again, very messy round from MRCZ. I'm not sure why, but they don't seem to be watching each other's backs. They're kind of just pushing out solo. There seems to be a big lack of intel from their side, which is interesting because Mute isn't really, is stopping the drones, yes, but like not all that much. And unless the drones are being shot out by Kid Esports actively, I don't see how MRCZ are walking into these situations with what seems to be very little awareness of what's actually going
Attackers need to
on,
locate and defuse as
especially in
many
that
bombs
round. But
as
hey,
they
it
can.
is what it is. Round 6, as we now move into the last round of the first half, and I know I pretty much took that entire round there. Sorry, Baba. But
No,
yeah,
it's all right.
last round of the
I'm,
first
I'm
half.
actually surprised. I'm actually surprised that Taha is actually switching operators every single round. Once we see him play as the Montaigne, once we see him play as the Ace, and now we see him play as the Choo Choo Blitz. Never mind, not the Choo Choo Blitz. It's the all hell breaks loose Amaru. Because why not?
To go.
The G8 LMG with the Gara hook, just
5 seconds to insertion.
just go in. Go all in. Because why not? The surprise element is still present for MercenarieZ.
Bomb and defuse it.
And for Taha, all it requires is just one simple hello there.
Wall secure.
And for Kira Esports, they've got to ensure that they would hold their ground as best as possible, which is in fact would be a tough one. All of the attempts that MRCZ made on attack had been questionable, to say the least. But on round number 6, let's see how Kira Esports would defend. Their main goal is to ensure that they would end the first half on a 3-3 scoreline. And if they do, at least they have some fighting chance. Oh, through the wall, Death Hammer gets Ayan. There goes your Heart Breacher, and Taha, on the other hand, chooses to open up the window, seeing whether there's any one player present towards the pillars side. But he's going to destroy it. No, he's going to first check out the drone first, see what kind of information that he has. But no, it gets destroyed nonetheless. No info for Taha, but he still has the Gara hook. He could use it, and evidently he does it all the way towards the balcony window of trophy entry to provide good amount of support.
Attackers have located.
And with it, MercenarieZ are now facing issues in the mid round, surprisingly.
Diffuser.
MercenarieZ, they would not waste a lot of time on attack, right? They'd usually, at minute and 30 seconds, they would usually be on the side, opening up lines of sight and getting entryway. And now they're just staying still in towards trophy.
It's certainly not the mercenaries that we've come to expect, but that's what happens when you lose your ace first, right? Say you lose your Twitch or your Jackal, as they just have, a third taking that kill onto Shinra. Big drop right there. Again, I'm not sure what's going on with them. They seem to be more intent with doing solo plays and all the like, rather than actually coordinating as a team. But to go back to what I was saying, an ace is a massive, massive drop. Because, of course, that's your Heart Breacher. Like, that's a pretty big deal, right? That they've lost their Heart Breacher before they can even get close to doing any actual Heart Breaching. So that's something that mercenaries will not like, and that's why they're moving a lot slower right now, as they're looking to try and get themselves into a good position, maybe get some shields out of the way, maybe try to burn some
Attackers
utility.
recovered the bomb diffuser.
But they're also a little bit lost on actually where to go from, because a straight-faced attack is not going to help them right now as a prone peak. But no, will not work out. MI7 gets Death Hammer. Less than 30 seconds remain, mind you, as a gas grenade is used up. Taha's got to be careful down the hallway. There is one. Takes so much damage. MI7 comes in to support. Here comes another gas grenade. Could be a second peek off of that. Gone 6 is used. 15 and less remain. As he's going to try going up main stairs. He's peeking everything, but no. MI7 from the back comes in. 3v3, but it's actually a 3v2 because one is down. Going into study, finds another. This is huge right now. They need to get in. They need to plant. But do they have the time? No! The pre-play C4! And a turf! We'll get the final one as well. Beautifully done, beautifully defended from Kid Esports as they swing back with a couple of rounds. 3-3 is the scoreline as we go into the second half. But for a map like Villa, the fact that it's 3-3 with mercenaries going defense second now arguably works in their favor.
Yeah, it does. The way how MercenarieZ did ended up equalizing all three sides, 3-3.
Attackers
On
need to locate and
defense,
defuse.
it depends on how aggressive would they love to go. Taha, on the other hand, he's been changing a lot of operators recently on Map Villa, especially in the first half. Amaru picked, Montaigne, the ace, like I said, and this time we see him bringing the Legion. But the rest of the operators will still be the same nonetheless, except Goyo wouldn't be picked. Goyo wouldn't be picked on this side specifically. Although it could help them to have a lot of major denials from the side, because you could see on Map Villa, especially on this side, second floor ABG, you see how small those areas are,
5 seconds left.
which is in fact a really great way for denying entry for the attackers, because it usually acts as a choke point for defenders. They can just have constant control. The main problem has to be the AoE effects that they have to deal with, the grenades, the flashbangs, and also the smoke gas grenades, which will be very effective for the defenders. Actually, no, like when I say defenders, like when they have it, it would be very effective to hold the line for when the attackers make their push. But
Loading ammo.
getting an early peak like that was a really good way to bring things up. And Shinra, on the other hand, not looking too good though. Athar will confirm the kill with a shotgun to take out Shinra. Well, he didn't succeed in removing the player who was rappelling from the window side of Astronomy. Now, there's only Taha left, and Asib will be there to provide good amount of cover all the way to a second floor statue, so that Taha can mainly focus on the second floor master bedroom side itself. A lot of information is being destroyed from the attack drones, and Taha really needs to be careful on his positioning, in which he does not, and Deathhammer gets away with another kill. Okay.
Beautiful shot by Asib right there. Well done on that. But this is what I was saying, right? MercenarieZ, I'm not sure what's going on with them, but they've done this in Chalet as well. They kind of just at random points in the match, they'll just say, okay, yeah, you guys just kind of go do whatever the heck you want. We're not really gonna coordinate this. And they just start losing bodies, and then they're put in a big disadvantageous situation. It's weird. I'm not sure what they intended to do with these sorts of plays, but I mean, I don't really know. I guess it is what it is, right? As we have the 3v4, minute 10 on the clock, plenty of time for Kira to go for a vault breach and then entry through there, and they're doing a breach that we can hear. Avidvi has used a Salma that has gone off on one part of the map. I think it actually is in the vault side of things. Shots are fired at Turf, taking a ton of damage actually. And MI7 comes in, finishes off the Jackal. That's a big one. There's one more coming this way. Shots will be fired. MI7 does not miss. C4 on the window. Will not get anything off of that, but finds the other pusher onto 90. MI7 is on fire this round, as Vortex is the last one standing. A Dekebi in a 1v3. MI7 very low on health. Call goes out to make sure that there are no stragglers outside of the sites themselves, as we have the push coming in from a Vortex. Slowly but surely approaching the side. Gotta recover the diffuser. 15 seconds remain though.
15 seconds to go.
Not gonna recover the diffuser actually. As, yeah, just kind of trying to find one, maybe. Sees the Jaeger. But that's position given away. Still gets that kill. 1v2, 2 seconds, 1 second. Trying to walk into the site, and MI7 gets the quad. Simply better, simply goated. MI7 approaching the hallway was truly the storm that was approaching. And oh boy, did it do some approaching indeed, menacingly in that regard. 4-3 to MercenarieZ as they take the lead once again.
I see what you did there, Jack.
Mm-hmm.
Virgil, huh?
Wait, what did you say?
Virgil.
Virgil,
Defenders,
yes.
protect your bombs.
Yes.
I almost thought you said
although
the other
Yes.
thing. But
yes. But all in all,
I mean, it's
MI7?
It's hard to say, right? Because you know,
yeah, it
words
really
are
is
kinda
hard to
similar.
say, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, it really is similar, but yeah. All in all, MI7, 7 kills, round number 7. Amazing performance. Wait, actually, he has 8 kills now. Yeah, never mind. That would have made sense, you know. MI7, 7 kills, round
I mean,
7.
you had like a whole minute to make that joke, but
5 seconds left.
Yeah, I had a whole minute, yeah. But I decided to use it in round number 8.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb. Attackers drop the diffuser.
Action phase is
Timing.
in.
Their diffuser.
folks.
Timing is everything. Especially in a game of Rainbow Six Siege, timing is everything. And when you see performance like MI7, getting a quad kill like that, man, you gotta appreciate the way how he performs it well. It was a 3v5, right? That was a 3v... Actually, no, it was 3v4. Hasib did get the initial first frag with a beautiful headshot with the SMG-11. Now Kira Esports are they're still not out of the game just yet. They just lost round number 7 on attack. They could bring it back on round number 8. They just had minor issues, but then we have Srisha, who will get picked out by Shinra nonetheless. And I'm not gonna lie, the rhyming words between Shinra and Srisha, it's quite poetic, you know. Shinra being able to get one, but Deathamar on the other hand has to take out a Yan. I just need to focus on the 90s angle, the way, the place where MRCZ are currently holding off that particular angle. A peek, interestingly enough, from Hasib. That too with the smoke, won't be able to get a kill as of now, but you still gotta be careful on that push from Kira Esports. They just abandoned all hope on second floor master bedroom, and they've made their attempt of pushing all the way towards 90s angle, which is in fact would give a lot of pressure being induced on that particular place. And look at that huge change-ups, especially from that deployable shield. Grenades being used. Will that connect or destroy any useful important utilities? Yes, it does. And a great wall bang of that too to take out Taha. This is huge coming in from Kira Esports.
That was
and now
on
they
the
just gotta
sweep as well, yeah.
Yeah, now they just gotta focus on the rest of the 3 players now.
Once again, a 3v4, but if the last round is any indication, then MRCZ are more than okay with being in 3v4s. Hasib gonna throw out a gas canister, pop it open as well. There is one player, one attacker that we saw the shadow of, going outside as the third will be taken down in the meanwhile. Shinra finding a big kill right there. Vidwi, this could actually be the play that makes the round. More shots are fired as Shinra takes a bit more damage, but that Hibana going out to the bedroom balcony could potentially find the smoke, but no, Hasib actually gets a Vidwi. And again, the body count advantage has swung drastically. The alibi is about to peak, and Shinra finds another Vortex. Now in a 1v3. Never mind. Shinra shuts him down. And it is just round after round of mercenaries. Once again, taking names and kicking backs, quite literally. As a dining room and kitchen will be the site of choice. MRCZ 5-3 up on round 9, 2 rounds away from finishing on a sweet 2-0, which is exactly what they're aiming for. Kid Esports, I think that 3-3 on the first half definitely is coming back to bite them now, because they should have, I will forever maintain this, they should have won more rounds in the attack, in their half, in their defensive half, because attacking on Villa is just so difficult.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Yes, it really is. Although there might be some hopes on first floor, because Kira Esports, they don't have to worry about Pulse giving a lot of information on the first floor, mainly because you have 3 roamers, mercenaries, 3 roamers, Mozzie, Vigil, and Alibi. So who's gonna hold the site? MI7 and Hasib? They don't have denials, they only have EDDs. Alright, let's see what will happen on round number 9. Action phase is present. The players inside of Team Kira Esports have spawned in, maybe in towards the fountain side. Actually, no, they spawned in towards ruins. Some players have been spawned in towards fountain side, which means they'll slowly make their way towards second floor master bedroom. But now, they've got to focus on removing players, and that would be the roamers. But Hasib takes the first frag, and it's Avidwi who gets to have... not gonna have a good time at all. It's the hard breachers who's been gone. So without the hard breach, it's gonna be difficult to open up lines of sight, especially in towards Memorial Room. So that has definitely got a sting for Kira.
100% that will sting for Kid Esports right now. As Taha, in the meanwhile, it has been lit up significantly. That is the visual, of course. Very close to the Fox window, I believe, as Deathammer scours out the 90 hallway and, of course, Aviator Games side of things. In the meanwhile, drone is about to be sent in, excuse me. Deathammer has now come in to, I was gonna say, has come in to join the attack, but clearly not. Ion finds another, and it's just kill after kill after kill for Mercenaries. There's another for Ion, dipping and dodging left and right. And there goes Ion for another. Good lord, Mercenaries. No mercy indeed. Round number 10. And MRCZ are now 6-2 up. They took a 7-2 on Chalet, and now they're looking to take a 7-3. Oh boy, and it's like they've already made a full lap around the building. And mind you, both times they've gone to second floor sites, Kira had the man advantage, 5v3, 4v3, and they bungled it twice.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
2v4 on Chalet.
And that.
Yeah. Float like Taha, sting like MI7.
A part of me almost wants to say that Kira is just not willing to face hunters in upper bracket, but I know that's not actually the case, so I'm not gonna actually say it. Just mentioning it as an offhand, right? You know, like Kira, they're just not having a good day today.
Not only just that, I'm not gonna lie, Kira Esports, they really, it really feels out of place.
Locate a bomb and defuse
I mean, they didn't had any problems when they went up against Militant Esports, right? They had a blast, 7-1, 7-2. Like, what exactly happened after that? What could be the main cause of the problem here? By the way, Jack, Deathammer has 11 kills. He's been doing a lot of heavy work doing those initial frags, but when it comes to the mid rounds and when you only have like 2v4 or a 2v3 situation, Mercenaries, they have won all of them. Mid rounds, no problem. Mercenaries have still got it covered. Man-count disadvantage, no worries. MI7 and Hasib, they have got this. I don't know what to say, Jack. For now, let's just focus on the round. Yeah, go ahead, Jack.
No, like, that's what I was gonna do, and I was just gonna add on to that, right? Like, it is very hard to actually know what to say even, right? Shinra's taking a bit of damage early, and what even happened there? Shinra finds Vortex, and also MI7. Interesting. I'm just gonna leave that bit of the conversation at that. That should be the alibi. Yes, that is Shinra, who should be falling back towards the site slowly but surely, leaving this area to be taken over a little bit by the side of the attack. She's just taking a bit of damage in the meanwhile. Shots were taken, and they're fired again. Vidwi this time taking more damage as another track goes out by the Jackal. On towards red stairs right now. Vidwi really wants to push this, but you gotta be careful. More shots are gonna be fired. That's Ayan, the Mozzie, who was being pinged just a second ago. Prone peek on the door now. I'm not exactly sure how advisable this is, but there is a player on the first floor down below. And they could just do a massive flank if they are able to time it correctly.
This is Kira Esports' last hope. If they have to survive map number 2. Shisha gets one. This time he'll be able to remove Ayan off, which means that you still got to worry about the two roamers who are currently right from the first floor. There's only one player holding the side, and that is Hasib. Actually, no, there is 2 players in the side itself. Apologies for that. But still got to focus on removing Shindra, in which he will succeed that gunfight. A third goes out. So does Shrisha at the hands of Taha. Now it's a 2v3. Kira Esports, they're slowly losing their grasp as Hasib gets one more, and it's all down to Deathammer, who needs to clutch this 1v2. Not a lot of time left. 10 seconds. The fuse has been dropped. No way in, no way out. And Hasib gets away with the final kill. And also the final win on map Villa. Ending things off on a 2-0, Team Mercenaries will proceed into the finals going up against Team Hunters LFO. And for Kira Esports, they're going to go all the way to the lower brackets, having their final fight.
Unfortunate for Kira Esports, but it is what it is. Shinra and Dathomir matching kills 11-8 and 11-6. Of course, I said that in reverse. Shinra's the one on 11-6, and Aturv is the one on. Dathomir is the one on 11-8. But unfortunately, Dathomir being on 11-8 doesn't really say much of the rest of the team, which is to say that their performance hasn't exactly been all that great. Now, of course, there's a round one statistics to be added as to that as well. So like one kill here, two kills there, not really a whole lot in terms of the numbers, but it might change a few things. But anyhow, folks, let's go into the highlights. Just to talk a little bit more about the match that we have had so far. And I gotta say, Kira, there's not really much to say that already hasn't been said.
Yeah, we not a lot that we could say from Kira Esports and Mercenaries, although Slayer was present back in summer and spring, but with him being swapped out to Shinra, I thought there would be a lot of a lot of problem, but nonetheless, I'm not gonna lie, Kira Esports, this wasn't that good performance, not at all, especially on both the maps. 7-3 on Villa, 7-2 on map Chalet. Lower brackets, of course, they would at least have a great fight, but if they've got to compete against the best in the region of South APAC, they would at least have to give a fair fight between Mercenaries or Hunters LFO, right? And this, I'm not gonna lie, this felt a bit disappointing for me. I'm sorry, guys. I had to say it.
No, I agree with you. Kira Esports' performance today definitely disappointing. I mean, won't stop peaking as well, the way they went out, but I feel like on some level, we all kind of expected it that won't stop peaking wouldn't really win against the Hunters. But then again, to see them fold that fast against Hunters as well was a little surprising. Again, not a whole lot, because when it comes to Hunters, you really expect the Hunters to win first and foremost, right? So that, of course, out of the way. With Kira and Mercenaries, you expect a much bigger fight back in general from Kira Esports, right? But it just wasn't there today, and Mercenaries just kind of you know, just stomping all over. There were some rounds that Kira brought very close, right? And they should have been won. I will always hold that they should have won several of these rounds. In the second half, how many rounds, like, did we saw at least three rounds, right, in the second half? As we go
Mhm.
into the map summary, we saw at least three rounds in the second half where Kira had a 5v3 or a 4v3 going, and they should have kept the body count advantage, but they didn't drone enough or didn't do enough clearance. I don't know what. They just lost bodies, just bled dry entirely. There was like it was like an open wound that they just didn't close for whatever reason or couldn't even. As we go to the map summary, folks, 11-5 to MI7, 12-8 to Shinra, 100% cost percent to MI7, and Shinra going 4-1 on entry. Solid performance from those top two. Hasib following up with a 9-4 70%, and Ion 7-850, and Taha 5-8 70%. Just pretty solid performances from MRCZ overall. Kira Esports, on the other hand, you can see the sheer drop off as Deathhammer is 12-9 with a 70% cost and 201 entry. A third following in a distant second, 7-9, 40% KOST and a 201 entry. And then Shrisha, Avidvi, and Vortex kind of making up the rear, trying to support, sometimes trying to flex play. Not really working out for them. Vortex going 0-3 on entry and only 30% cost effectiveness there from that player. So really unfortunate for the side of Kid Esports, but hey, they have a second chance. That is to say, the lower brackets. They'll be going there. They'll be facing off against one of the two teams that are already there, and that'll make up the lower bracket matches as we have one more look at the match summary. 7-2 and 7-3. MRCZ taking two quick victories. I mean, relatively quick. We still had a couple of big pauses here and there, but that's just South Asia's standard stuff at this point. Technical difficulties and the like. We had our own, right? Starting off the second map, for whatever reason, sound and sound technicalities were just not working out for us. So we understand it can happen, but outside of the technicalities, pretty quick games, all things considered. MRCZ very happy to move forward. So, folks, there is one big thing to look forward to as we go into the brackets to talk about it. The lower bracket matches, of course, lower bracket semifinals, they have been filled up. Kid Esports versus Team Phalanx and Won't Stop Peaking versus Shaheens. But the ones that everyone's eyes are going to right now, Hunters LFO will be taking on the MercenarieZ in a prelude to the grand final. One of those two is making it. That much is guaranteed already. Which one will be knocked down to the lower bracket final, and then which one will be knocked down to decider, is of course the other question, because we've still got to see which teams will make it through lower bracket semis, into lower bracket final, into decider. So there's a few matches to go, but that Hunters MercenarieZ game, by golly, it is going to be one that everyone, even us here at the Esports Club, are going to be very, very excited about. So, with all that being said, folks, that is going to do it for the lower bracket, upper bracket round 2 matches from us here at the Esports Club Pro Series Fall Edition for Rainbow-Six-Siege. Supported by Ubisoft. Get the game, links in the description. Powered by Zotac Gaming. Fantastic graphics cards, again, in the description. Links are all there. And fantastic content creators and our broadcast partner over at Loco. Myself, Blackjack, my co-host, Baba Gusta, our host, Assassin47, and the admins in the back end, and of course, all the players. Thank you to everybody for joining us today, and we'll be back in a couple of days for more, this time lower bracket action. Until then, stay tuned, and good night.
shade.